Hello? Ah, there it is. Hello, everyone, and welcome. A world of darkness. My name is Soul King Winter, and this evening we're gonna start diving into Hunter the Reckoning, as you can see on my screen. Hopefully, everything is running properly. I've actually spent some time. Oh no, I still got some things to play around with, and we'll get to there tonight. We're diving into this dark world full of monsters, creatures, the things that hide in the dark, the things that people instinctively fear. That is supposed to be background music. I forgot to turn it down a little bit. Alright. As we embrace the dark, we gotta embrace whatever hunts it. So, tonight, I'm gonna show you how to make a Hunter the Reckoning character for World of Darkness. Not only because it is actually one of the supernaturals that I originally didn't think I was going to enjoy playing, but had a blast when I first played as one. They offer a challenge like no other. Strategy and everything in this game definitely becomes essential when you play a hunter. So, we're going to get into that. Close that, make a little bit more space. And as you see, I already have a character sheet set up, ready to go. You've seen the sheet before. I showed it off when I recorded my sorry, when I recorded my mixed games book video. But this is what we're going to be filling out today. My main goal is to show off how to make a character, but we're going to talk about everything on this character sheet as well. Okay, that's how you learn. That's how I learn. I'm sure that's how other people learn. Some people do it by doing. If you need to take time, please, and you're here live, please let me know if you're trying to copy down the character sheet. We can chat and talk and have questions already and set to to go that you want me to answer or just to talk about. If you already have found a way to get your hands on a book style character sheet, awesome. That's amazing. Fill it out as we if you want to fill it out as we go along, please do. Sadly, I'm not sharing the books. So if you want the books yourself, you're gonna have to go buy them from White Wolf or Story Vault, Storytelling Vault is the website that you could use. I'm pretty sure. I don't exactly remember how, or my brothers were a lot helped me got get my hands on these books. Also, before I dive in and start reading some stuff, our main goal is to make a character, but my side goal is also to read some of the content from the book so you can get a little bit of story time. I'm going to show off some artwork that we can talk about. But again, my main goal is to show you how to make a character. Because the character you see me make today is actually a character I'm going to be playing in a World of Darkness game, hopefully here soon. And maybe even possibly record those sessions and put them up live. I didn't really set up a full description of this video, but the music you're hearing in the background when I'm not talking, and hopefully it's coming through alright, which I'm actually going to check now. Okay. So, I was doing a sound check using another one of my devices on stream, or to hear my stream. So we're nice and good to go. Music's not too loud. You can hear it when I'm not talking. And you can hear me just fine when I am talking. Exactly what I want. As stated, again, we are doing this live. If you're watching this after I've done it live, and you want to pause the character sheet or anything like that, you could try pausing it off when I was showing it off before. We are going to be jumping back and forth between the character sheet and the book throughout this stream. That way I can type in stuff automatically so you can see exactly where everything goes if you are a visual learner. Oh, and hopefully I can explain this while talking and showing that if you're an audio learner, it helps you as well. But once again, welcome to Hunter the Reckoning. We're diving into this. Welcome to Hunter's Net, or HunterNet. Prologue, Inherit the Earth. That was the first thing they said to me, the first time I was contacted. In that moment, a horrendous revelation befell me. The world was not what it always seemed. The life I led had been an illusion. My job, my family, my dreams, they were all deceptions. All the reassurances that my parents and society made, that there was nothing to fear, that everything would be okay, were a lie. What happened to me? I'm talking about It all comes down to this. Monsters are real. They exist. I've seen them. I don't mean people can be monsters, or the human dark side is monsters, or society creates its own monsters. That's all bullshit. I mean walking, and in some cases, living creatures. Neither man nor nature exist, hide in the shadows, and they prey upon people. When you are a kid and afraid of things under your bed, or outside your window, you are right to be scared. They were there, watching, waiting. As we grew up, we just learned to turn a blind eye in the subconscious effort to remain sane. To refuse to believe that creatures prowl the night. They do. I don't expect you to believe me. Most people who visit this site write me off as a crackpot. That's fine. They couldn't understand if they tried. Their minds, their defenses, and the influences that have been imposed on them for so long won't let them believe. Better that they visit another site. For these who you understand, of you who understand, who've seen what I've seen, know what I know, you have my condolences. We're trapped between the people who shout us down, think us mad, or turn their backs. And the very creatures responsible for it all? The hideous things we must face every day and every night? Talk button. Once again, this is World of Darkness, tabletop role-playing game. This is a role-playing game. I'm going to read this. Some of this word for word, other parts I'm gonna just read for beta, or not for beta, but like Paris. I'm gonna shorten as I read and explaining some things. That's where questions come in. If you need me to explain something a little bit more in depth, I've been playing World of Darkness for 5, 6, 7 years. One of the 3 of those numbers. I kind of got a gist of what I'm saying. So for me, I'm gonna move a little bit quicker. Stop me if you are here live, or if you're watching at a later time. Feel free to drop a comment about the question. I'll try to get back to you and explain. Or, as you're watching me on the internet, I'll possibly do some research on what I could mean when you ask for explanation in World of Darkness on Google. But hey, it's all a game. I'm just gonna read it like I'm saying stuff. It is real. That's part of my fun illusion. I'm going back to reading now. You're not alone. But, let me back it up a bit. To assure you that you're among friends. I know what you're going through. You can't look anywhere without seeing something that tears at your very soul. A grotesque walking corpse. A shambling man-beast. A person you know to be dead. Or some kind of spirit clinging to an unwitting person's body. They hide and stroll among us, unnoticed by everyone. They pick and choose who to kill and who to spare, who to save for later, and who to devour now. And we have, or had, no idea it was ever happening. But now, we see it all the time. And the people we see poised to become victims won't listen. They refuse to believe us. And then, there they go. Off to their doom. Let me guess. Your family wonders, what's wrong with you? You're agitated, freaking out. Coworkers avoid you these days. You're unstable, acting weird. Maybe you've already been fired. It's hard to it's hard to keep your job when you attack a colleague. Of course. No one believed you when you explained what she really was. But then she knew you were onto her. Perhaps. You've been arrested recently for assault, disturbing the peace, or on weapons charges. Not even the police believe your stories. What your victims really are. Why you attack them. They want you in a cell or committed. Where they and other things have you within reach. Sound familiar? Then here's probably the most relieving thing you've read in some time. You've been right all along. You're not insane. There are others like you. You found us. The bad part is, being sane and right means that everything you've witnessed, everything you feared, is real. Monsters exist. The imbued. There are others of us out there. We've all struggled with the horrifying visions of the incomprehensible realities that you face. We've all had to come to grips with what we know, what we witnessed, and what we've become. I created the site in an effort to exercise my own demons, to find a catharsis, but to also reach out to others enduring the same torture. You're welcome to join this list of peers, all of whom search for answers to what's real in the world, how it is that we've lived our entire lives ignorant of the fact that monsters exist, that they control us and the world like puppets on a stage. We few on this list call ourselves the Imbued, a strange name, I know, but it seems to capture what everyone has reported in their personal experiences. Not long ago, you were perfectly normal. Your life carried on as it always had. Times could be tough, money could be short. The future could look pretty damn bleak. Then, for some reason, sometime recently, things changed. Accounts vary, but everyone on this forum has reported events along these lines. A voice entered your head. It sounded like your own, or maybe like the Word of God itself. Or maybe you were reading a newspaper or a billboard, and for a fleeting moment, the words changed right before your eyes. The message was mysterious, but pathetic. Do not suffer it to live. Death walks among you. Save this one, and all will find salvation, or in my case, inherit the earth. Perhaps you received no message, but found yourself in a dream, or some kind of hallucination, in which terrible things appeared and happened. Or you could have been assaulted by a piercing sound, overcome by a nauseating stench, or struck by a profound sense that someone was dancing on your grave. Whatever happened, that was just the beginning. The next moments were probably a blur, but all your senses were brought to bear on some kind of creature, maybe two or more, that appeared. I'm not gonna read this list mark here. Um, there should be enough time for you to piece together reading it. If you want to pause the video or anything like that, and go along your way. Alright. Out of nowhere, or simply emerged from the crowd, Drew instinctively knew that this thing was not supposed to exist. That it was evil incarnate, and that everyone in its vicinity was in mortal danger. You could not stand idly by. You could not simply gape. You had to do something. It may have been that you were not alone, although many people in the area may have been oblivious to what you saw. Others requested to it as you did, or others responded to it as you did. Sorry. Apparently, a handful sensed the same thing you did. The crowd scattered at the commotion while you dove recklessly toward that creature you could not identify, yet you knew could not be abetted. Or abided. That's when you demonstrated the power. By whatever it means, you were imbued with a strange abilities. Though you never did anything like it before, you could now deliver. Hammer blows, you could keep innocents from harm with a simple command. You could look into the creature's very soul and know its innumerous secrets. And you could do these things as easily as you closed your hand, spoke aloud, cast a peering gaze. When the red haze passed, the monster was driven off or destroyed, with no sign left of its existence. In that moment of realization, you probably fled the scene and denied what happened. The truth is, you were imbued, chosen, with clarity, strength, and passion to see reality for what it truly was, granted or inflicted upon you. Curse or blessing, your life changed forever. The Heralds. I must be going insane, you probably thought after hearing voices, having hallucinations, and pulling in some bizarre stunts. You're not crazy. All the imbued have heard the voices and seen the signs. We have labeled the source heralds or messengers. For lack of a better term, or simply to give the complete unknown some kind of familiarity. The few of us who have found each other, whether through the word of mouth, on the streets, or through the internet, disagree about who or what the heralds are. The products of mass delirium, collective unconscious lashing outward, God, or some kind of deity, aliens broadcasting to certain people, a government plot to manipulate us and make us weapons, or our own subconscious minds responding to the anxieties of the world, or perhaps its end. No one knows, yet the message seemed real or given that we have all experienced a genuine consensus on the heralds, and what they communicate holds that both are connected to our contact with monsters. Messages seem to come to awaken us to the existence of horrific creatures, ones we feel compelled to react to, and we're then somehow empowered with the tools to do so. Some imbued have even claimed to have reported or repeated contact with the heralds to receive further messages, warning of impending danger or confrontation with what? The supernatural? Are these messengers or heralds the ones responsible for what we witness? And for our freakish abilities, why do they choose us? What is our purpose? Why not explain themselves? Who they are, we don't know. All we can do is guess and hope. Right. Yes, there's a lot I'm reading the intro, but it's basic information that is needed for the game. It kind of explains like what hunters are, where they come from, what, and to a point what's going on for the book. Sit back, enjoy me reading. Who knows? Maybe you find this video at some point amazing to fall asleep to. I wish you luck as someone who has ADHD and insomnia. Again, I'm gonna state this multiple times. Blood of Darkness is a tabletop role-playing game. It's gonna get annoying for how many times I say it. What I'm reading is not real life. Sorry. I know they're fans of the supernatural. I know they're fans of all the dark stuff. I'm one of them. Monsters, the dark, horror, everything like that. Love it. That's why I became infatuated with this game. That and my brothers pulled me into it because the first time I played World of Darkness, the first DM, he didn't explain everything like he should have when we played. He didn't kind of like give us much of everything. We played a Werewolf the Apocalypse game, and he threw us kind of into the deep end. That game was a slight turn-off originally. I'm not gonna fully dive into reasons why, at least at this moment. I might do it later. But the second game I played with my younger brothers, when I played a hunter, I truly fell in love. The twists, the plots that were planned in that game, the experiences we got to hold out, the plans that we got to make and see fail or see succeed as we played was amazing. It was a blast, and I very much enjoyed it. So, I'll dive into more stories from that game as I go through and take little breaks from reading. This is probably going to be a long live stream. We will take breaks in between that can allow for questions to be asked, that can just allow for talking in the comments, and it'll allow me to get food, water, drinks, and allow everybody else to do the same in between. I do have my stuff set up where I can pay attention to what's going on in my comic section, what's going on in my streaming, in case anything drops feed-wise. I have another account, or I have YouTube open on another device and account, so I can also monitor anything on break or anything like that. I can also see how many people are watching the stream, so appreciate everybody who's here watching, even if you're not talking and you're just lurking and listening. Thank you so much for the love and support and checking it out. And I hope every single one of y'all have had a wonderful weekend. And this will lead to from finishing one week into starting the next. With positive energy, great atmosphere, and not too much chaos to the point where it's overwhelming. Monsters. I feel silly writing that word, as if I defy everything sensible that I have ever been taught, or perhaps that fo- that forces ever wanted me to believe. After your initial exposure, the imbuing, you probably sought meaning in the experience. Some hope of explaining it all the way and returning to the sheltered existence you used to lead. But there was no escape, was there? I keep hitting the wrong button. No matter how much you shut your eyes or turned away, you saw creatures everywhere. On the street, on television, at work, on the subway, in the newspaper, and for some God's sake, in your own homes. All you wanted to do was get away and put a disturbing, inexplainable episode behind you. But they wouldn't let you. The creatures were everywhere. Despite your best efforts not to see, you had to make a decision. Seek professional help, commit suicide, go mad, or face what you hoped would not exist. If only someone else could confirm what you were seeing, what you knew, but no one could. They thought you were insane, looked at you for askance, and you feared. Spread word that you were trouble, that you knew. For long, trouble probably came to you. The police or doctors wanted to find a place for you, to protect you from yourself and to make sure you couldn't harm anyone else. That's when you knew there was no one to turn to. These blind people, like the frantic crowds at the moment of your change, offered no salvation. Although the others like you, others who did something that night, might. You may have returned to the scene of the crime in search of others who fought alongside you. Maybe you hoped to be killed by a creature and laid yourself out as bait, only to find another kindred spirit rather than an evil one. News stories about other bizarre events may have put you in search of other people with similar experiences, or you may have searched for answers online and found yourself here, but finding others like you only confirmed that the creatures that you saw were real. We don't know where the monsters come from. Sporadic contact with the chosen from around the world suggests that these things are everywhere. Maybe they're born of our own sins. Perhaps we're not at the top of the order as we always believed, or been led to believe. And these abominations are. Perhaps they're older than humanity itself, some kind of superior race that's always been here. The fact that we never seen things before, or these things before, and that most people still don't, seems to be lend, or seems to lend credence to the theory that monsters have been around for a very long time. A new threat couldn't be so pervasive. Sorry, I mess up on my reading. Just happens. So insidious. A new threat couldn't already have human pawns. Willing and unwilling. Yes, there's evidence to suggest that some people have been exposed to monsters and worked with them. Willing or unwittingly. I personally have some human agents of their masters, and these people have incredible strength, probably granted as gifts for loyalty. Others report authorities, including the police and politicians, under monster control, and viewed have made the mistake of revealing themselves to creatures only to find themselves arrested on false charges soon afterward. For our own preservation, we must assume that monsters are everywhere. They seem entrenched, and they appear to have time on their side. But what are they? Frustratingly, we don't know that either. Our best guesses relate back to old stories and folk tales. Creatures that drink blood, people who can change shape into animals and objects, witches and warlocks who cast spells and invoke curses, ghosts that haunt places and people. But are the old stories true? Do vampires and werewolves exist? And if we hope to do anything about it, are the old tricks useful against them? Will a cross save your life? Does garlic keep them at bay? Can they bear their own reflection? Or are the legends just as false as we've always been led to believe? There's only one way to find out. The hunt. One of the prevailing questions that arises after you come to terms with what you've seen or what you've become is why? Why have I become this? What am I supposed to do? Why? Or maybe the heralds have some specific goal for us. Maybe the imbuing is completely random. Maybe we're supposed to decide our own fate. Why does it keep doing that? If your feelings and ethics are anything like mine, there can be one purpose to our change. We can't be made to witness what we do, to possess the abilities we do, and to have the knowledge we have without reason. There's too much coincidence involved for the change to be purely random. When I walk the street and see figures lurking in the shadows, picking people out like candy behind glass, my soul allows only one response: to fight back. I cannot sit idly by while the innocent, unaware people are manipulated and slaughtered. I can't stand by the moment I was changed, or I couldn't stand by the moment I was changed. And I can't do it now. Nor probably can you. You wouldn't have come in search of this site if you hadn't sensed some purpose. What you needed was reassurance that fulfilling that purpose was the right thing to do. The members on this list call are the perceived purpose, the hunt. We've dedicated ourselves to learning truth and to stalking, perhaps destroying monsters. Of course, you don't have to be on some glorified mailing list to have made the same commitment. Before you arrived here, you might have accepted this imperative to the hunt. Simply means knowing that monsters are inherently wrong. It means finding them, shadowing them, learning about them, and ultimately confronting them. Some hunters believe that creatures' destruction is the only answer. Others express concern that monsters may be the products of people gone wrong, that killing them damns the soul. They hope and fear that some small glimmer of humanity lingers in these creatures and should be recovered if any good is to be accomplished. Your approach to the hunt is your own. Something you have something you have to rationalize according to your own sensibilities. But however you approach it, you must do what you believe is right in your own heart. Or the things we have to do the things we have to do may one day turn you into one of them. Is that all? Some hunters grimly believe that facing and dealing with monsters is the be-all and end-all of the imbuing. And our existence, I would say their content with this purpose, none of us could ever be content with our new lives. Yet, is that our full extent? I said earlier that the events of our viewing are too coincidental to be random. Your chance cannot account for why we suddenly see the world differently, and why we manifest strange abilities. Maybe, if the change happened to only one person in the whole world, then maybe it could be random. But it doesn't. And it isn't. The change affects people everywhere. Apparently, often in small groups at the same time. No, there's a bigger game to be being played. Even if we can't perceive the players, the only answer I can accept for now is that we are pawns of greater forces. Powers that seek to accomplish a goal, great or small, and that turn to mankind to see it done. Whether that's a compliment or a slander, a blessing or a curse, I can't say. Yet when other viewed, and perhaps even you sense that we have moral responsibility, that we must respond to monsters we see, I must conclude that we pursue a greater good. We have been changed, and we dedicate our new selves to serving and protecting humanity, regardless that family and friends don't understand or appreciate it. Maybe it's that simple resolve to need to make the world a better place. That makes us candidates for the imbuing. The first words I received from the messengers were inherit the earth. Inherit the earth. I thought about those words consistently in the few months since my change. They still have no more logical meaning than they did in the context I heard them, but I suspect that they garner intuitive meaning as I hear of more hunters and meet some for myself. We have a purpose, and it revolves around gaining a world of our own, free from monsters' oppression, and maybe even from whatever forces taunt us with liberation. For those who would eradicate every monster, regardless of any spirit or soul it might possess, perhaps the world is the one we know. Or perhaps that world is the one we know. Or thought we knew. And it should be reclaimed. For those who hope to preserve whatever good they can find among creatures, perhaps that world is the next, in which salvation and goodwill shall be rewarded, and all the deserving will be free. As for me, I can't say for certain what it is we strive for, despite our persecution and domination by the unknown. I must believe that mankind is capable of extraordinary feats and virtue. Take this amazing tool on which people scattered worldwide communicate with ease. Even when burdened by the yoke, we prove capable of compassion and ingenuity. Although monsters appear to be everywhere, so are we, and we apparently are in greater numbers. It's our diversity that makes us strong. It's our courage that gives us strength to go on. And now, to fight. I have to believe that somewhere in the midst of our potential is a world worth having, and that can be enjoyed free of any monster's touch. Good luck! Those are all the words I have. I claim no special insight or wisdom, but I create this site and offer those thoughts because my heart tells me it's the right thing to do. In a world like this, what else can you trust? I hope this all proves helpful and offers guidance. That's the least we can do for one another. God protect. Witness 1. We'll talk about Witness 1 later and what I perceive that character to be. But that was the opening statements for Hunter the Reckoning. With that being the case, we're going to skip credits. It's our table of contents. Can I zoom out? I might be able to zoom out. Just trying to show off some artwork that we're about to see. Because honestly, love the artwork of these books. We'll dive in, show off artwork from every single book eventually as I go through them for my quote-unquote project that I call Project Twilight and my World of Darkness quote-unquote obsession. Email program. Subject: griping. Hunter list at hunternet.org from Cops90. The slope I'm climbing is slippery as an iceberg, and I guess I can see just as little of it too. I mean, there's an end. When I was a cop, I thought I was doing good when I put a scare in kids who pop drugs. Concentrate on them and society will straighten itself out, right? Yeah, right. As long as dealers are around, there'll always be stupid-ass kids that want to put that shit in their bodies. I wised up, starting nabbing dealers. Dealers are a dime a dozen. So I busted ass, make detective, to make real difference. Start catching guys in suits who don't carry guns, but have East German rejects who do. After years of divorce, kid, and addiction of my own, I am back on my feet, about to lock up one of the worst. A guy named Pendergrass, who drove that kid over the edge. Drove me over as a result. Probably fucked me 100 other ways, too. So I'm standing there at his front door, battalion of cops behind me, showing a warrant to the butler, that's when the bottom suddenly falls out of the ocean, and I see the whole freaking iceberg. I guess the messengers thought it would be a cute time to show me the whole truth. Pendergrass comes down the stairs, and you're already dead. So, we're gonna move on. I'll come back to reading stuff later, but we're gonna go dive into character creation. Because that's what everybody's here for. All the extra reading and everything. I mean, people find it interesting. But, hey, we'll keep going. That's pretty cool artwork. There's a lot of stories and stuff that they came up with when writing the book for hunters. So. We'll go through and read some of those back later. If not, if I don't get to them, I'll probably take some time to make a non-live video just to go through a book, read some of the stories that people, or that they wrote into the book, some more. Just to enjoy it. I'm not reading every single page. As you can see on the screen, there's 305 of them. Nobody wants to read all that. Nobody wants to listen to me read all of them. Sorry about that. Hold on, artwork. Just showing off. Don't Own World of Darkness, that's White Wolf's creation. Storyteller Vault is where you can buy the books, stuff like that. Alright. There we go. Chapter 3, A Hunter's Creed, Character Types. We are gonna have to read this, just so people can get a quick understanding. I'm gonna read the basic information to you about the types of hunter there are. There are the creeds of the hunter, the type of the hunter, and stuff like that. There are a little subsections. Creeds. It would be this little box here. I don't know if you can see my mouse too well, but right here, as you can see my mouse darting in and out to the box. So, the creeds. There are 7 creeds to choose from in Hunter. Their character has only one. They are grouped according to virtues, which are generalizations about your character's ultimate goal in the hunt. The creeds are assigned to virtues as follow. Virtue and creed. Mercy hunters. Innocence, martyrdom, redemption. Vision, visionary. Zeal. Defense, judgment, vengeance. The virtues are all explained fully in Chapter 4. Creeds are explained here. So, we'll be looking at Chapter 4 after we look at the creeds. So, defense. People say the world's going to hell. They're wrong. Hell's come to the world, and we're the thin red lines. Let's see what I can read. Alright, character creed. We're gonna, again, I'm not gonna read every comment, or every word. I'm gonna go through, skim through, read the basics of what I think is, to help people decide, kind of decide what type of hunter they're gonna be. As I read through, I'm gonna start making my own character as well. So, let's dive into this. I will be taking a break in 30 minutes. And then we'll come back after a couple minutes. Alright. Defense. Defense hunters are hunters that don't actively straight up hunt down creatures. They more hold the lines when they spot creatures to protect others and everything, like in civilian, and to stop them, or to try to stop any incidents from happening. Civilians, collateral damage, and everything like that. Defense hunter's weakness is withdrawal into isolation. Is the most common problem that affects defenders. Only a handful start out as a so-called survivalist, but many gravitate to such lives in short order. Defenders with family go this route as their fears grow. It's a natural response. The more you see out there, the more inadequate simple bars and alarms seen. Home fortification itself is routine among hunters, and hardly a problem. If you live in a fortress, you won't leave it for fear of what you might come home to find. Seek help. Premises: you guard your wife, neighbors, family, moral, whatever you seem fit. More troublesome are loners, defenders who typically lack family, or transfer that protective urge to fellow hunters. Restraint at the wrong time can cost an advantage, or even lives. Regret of such casualties eats at the hearts of these imbued. Scarier forms of transference to a defender who can identify or sympathize with so strongly with enemies that he becomes between hunters and prey. It's a rare turn of events, but defender who has some tie to a target, surprise, your Uncle Jimmy is a creature of the night. might give his life trying to save it. Scariest are defenders who claim it's not their place to judge. They see hunters as monsters. They see hunters and monsters as predators who all need to be kept apart and leashed. Apocrypha. Apocrypha? Traditionalists interpret the world's dire circumstances as a part of a test that might be undergone to guide the rest of humanity through as well as some of your established urban missions. To simultaneously satisfy the urgings of faith and to install protectorates in cities, everything from tutelary gods and to angels turn up in your favorite explanations of the messengers. Noteworthy among non-traditionalists are the conscience of Earth followers, who hold tent reveals and preach about the awakening of the joint conscience. Oh my god, the conscience of Earth followers. Sorry, the word broke up, made me not pay attention to what it was earlier. Conscience of the world's people. Everything the group sounds pretty innocuous, but cities that have hosted this bunch have also seen mass hunters interfere with local activities. You anti-traditionalist defenders reject religion as diverse or oppressive. You see abuse and corruption everywhere, and also did so before being imbued. Their ideals about the messengers are creative to say the least. Man, it's the ESP caused by psychotropic drugs the CIA put in our LSD. Or orphagic polluters. These guys who like to live off poisons, no matter how you interpret your hunter role, your greatest prize is the world itself. If you can't claim a place for humanity to live safely, what's the point of there in living? The imbuing. Budding defenders seem to confront the most single-minded of creatures, ones that appear to have a specific target and that ignore others. Some of you speak of the first foe that seemed unwilling to harm you as it determined to kill its own intended victim. Others describe sieges mounted against your home or workplaces, situations that required quelling the terror around you, even as you fought off your attackers. Character creation. Defenders start with high perception scores. Lots of empathy, and ample willpower. They can be extremely judgmental toward people they see as indifferent or careless. Many possess the allies' background in the form of family, a congregation, or neighborhood with watch association. Soldiers or police may have the contact's background to indicate such affiliations. Your starting conviction is 3, aka Protector, Fences, Deadeyes, the Cavalry, Vertigeers, and Defenseurs. So I'm not playing a defender this game. My first hunter was a defender. We have Innocence. What's wrong with you? That's not how a zombie acts in the movies at all. Here, let me show you. Oh god. Weaknesses. It's sort of funny that the innocent have such trouble with feeling guilty But that's life. After you try everything, you can keep the misguided from hurting somebody. Sometimes you have to hurt them, too. Sometimes you have to do worse than hurt them, or help one of your friends do it. But you can't let guilt slow you down, or the hunting just never stops. Some of you get so upset over the hunt that you just curl up and want to die. It'll sneak up on you. You'll catch yourself raining your aim so steady, or giving thanks because whatever that thing was, it finally stopped moving. Next thing you know, you're figuring out ways to not go hunting. Not to go outside, so you won't ever see one of them. Lying in bed, crying all day, is a dead giveaway that you got the hunter's blues. The worst part is, there's usually nobody you can tell except other hunters. Seeing them can start you feeling bad all over again. Just a few just can't handle it. Oh, there will. Sorry, there was a fellow who ran with us. Well, left us a note that said, "I'm done." I haven't seen the look of him since. Hope he managed to give the blues the slip. What you really have to watch out for is shaming. You know, keeping up with the Jonesies. Trying to be like everyone else on a hunt will make you crazy. Be yourself. Keep a hold of your soul. Start acting all hard and harsh. Next thing you know, you'll be that way. And nothing's harder to find again than lost innocence. Might be that once it's gone for good. Some use the word innocent to mean impressionable. If that's true of you, maybe you should be trying to leave an impression on them instead. Apocrypha. Why does anything happen? Why do people worry about it so much? We have invisible friends who look out for us all. They want us to look out for everyone, or everybody else, and to keep people from hurting each other. That way, we can all be around when something better comes along. You can all recap or reap the reward. What's so hard to understand? The imbuing. Run-ins with things that look a lot worse than they act are typical when innocents get the power. A lot of you are really good at claiming people's fears or calming people's fears, sometimes with nothing other than words. Those of you who mix it up with a critter dead set on mayhem usually try talking him or her or it out of whatever badness is underway. Doesn't always work. And a few of you have scars to prove it. But that didn't stop you from trying the same trick again later. Character creation. Many innocents have charisma as their foremost attribute. And high empathy is a must. Otherwise, because innocence wears so many different faces, there are a few generalities that can be stated about this creed. Innocents can be children. Innocents can be children. But role-playing them in a realistic setting can be difficult. Better candidates are the shielded, the uncomplicated, and the endlessly hopeful. Conviction starting. Or starting conviction. 3, aka the blessed bait optimist fools. judgment, I accuse you not simply of being corrupt, but of being a corrupter, of making every person around you, even your accusers, like you. How do you plead? As you've seen, I'm gonna address the stereotypes. I'm not gonna really read it because it's just how that hunter creed would look at another hunter. So, judge weakness. Indecision is the bane of your existence. Every judge faces it at some point, except it, but, or expect it. But don't let it become a consistent. That's just an invitation for other hunters to sideline you or follow anybody's counsel. Free-for-alls, endangering the very people you try to protect and also draw attention from the law. As tough as you have to be on yourself and your fellows, real judges are sure to be a lot less understanding than you are. A lot less understanding than you are. Sorry, I kind of draw some of my words naturally when I try to read stuff out loud or speak aloud. So, again, my bad if it's messed up the reading. But I'm sure you understand. I try to, and when I do it, I try to read back correctly. I'm sure people know how I feel. The other extreme is no better. Megalomania is believing that you, and only you, know what's right on the hunt. You're there to keep it orderly, to remind hunters of who they are, what they do, and don't do. You're not there to think for them. Remember your place. Just make sure others know theirs too. Logistic judges, are a pain in our collective, legalistic judges. That's my bad. Legalistic judges are fucking up. Legalistic judges are a pain in our collective assets. There's a fine line between establishing and maintaining a code of behavior and becoming hidebound. If you're always certain that you haven't thought of all the questions. Apocrypha. You know the signs of Judgment Day is approach. When you see them, many of you gather information before the end. After all, tactics without intelligence is suicide. Many of you regularly cite Revelation, or Nostradamus, or the Book of the Dead. Others insistent in your belief that hunters like us are not new at all. Point to Joan the Arc, Bernadette of Lourdes, as our predecessors. They said and did what was right to save their world, and so should you. A good number of you claim to have found faith for the first time thanks to the evils you face, and your quest for answers. Others say your notions of a benevolent or guiding force in the universe have been undone or obliterated by the changes in the world. Half of you think events have brought you closer to your loved ones. I feel you've never been more distant. The most proactive judges take part in their communities, their outreach programs, and the like, as much more to monitor their lo- localities and run efficient hunts as steady as their conflicted feelings about their activities and about themselves. Consider this advice from the voice of experience. Imbuing. A common denominator among judges, a rarity among other hunters, is having to face multiple freaks your first time. There are usually things fighting each other, rather than threatening people directly. Which is not to say people can't get hurt in the process. Some judges talk about their becoming in terms of a test, where you have to identify the most imminent threat and deal with it first. The test you face only get harder from there. Character creation. Judges have outstanding wits and perception ratings, but can waver in terms of willpower, whether they use force or finesse. They are always mediators in any situation. Their determination to obtain all the data relevant to reaching an important decision makes investigation a fitting ability. Many judges come from professions that require ethical oversight of and by their peers. Some of these fields, law, medicine, are quite lucrative, so consider the resources background for such characters. Starting conviction 3, aka justices, lawgivers, and the law. Jewesses. That is judge. Martyrdom. We, the damned who hunt the damned. Weakness of the martyrdom. If you keep doing what you do because you enjoy the suffering, isn't that why you got picked? It all boils down to one fact. The undeniable truth that is that some of you out there are devoted masochists. You may call it something else, bad luck, an ugly job that somebody has to do. You may deny that you have this problem, keeping things in focus. You're here to deliver punishment where it's needed, not endure punishment for whatever reason. Masochism. Incomprehensible as it is to me. At least implies that you're ready to get out there and face the opposition. For self-denial, nuts among you sometimes carry things far that you're literally not prepared for what we do, which endangers all of us. A woman around here took to fasting, in part to help feed the families of people who died in the hunt, and in part to cleanse herself before combat. One night she passed out in the car on the way to a fight. Then there was a guy who started living in the group's hideaway. Turned out he sold everything he owned to buy the rest of us gear. It's hard to knock selflessness like that, but after a few weeks, nobody wanted him around. He had no place to bathe, please people. You can't be responsible for the welfare of others if you can't take care of yourselves. Maybe it needs to be made clear that to take care of yourselves means personal health and hygiene, not we're all done terrible things and don't deserve to live. If you really feel the need to snuff yourself, then you know who you are. At least give your allies a chance to bow out. Ergo, dynamite vests are lousy options, and besides, they may not affect the enemy you face. Apocrypha. There's a terrifying theory making the rounds, thanks to one of you gloom and doomers, that basically suggests the world has already ended and we're all in hell. Pessimism. Thou art a martyr. Meanwhile, most of the rest of you agree to disagree on the countless imminent end of the world scenarios. Only 100 God-fearing wasp couples of child-producing age will survive the coming cataclysm. Only gay and lesbians will survive the coming cataclysm. Only the 88 most beautiful celebrities will survive the coming cataclysm. What all these outcomes have in common is that you alone, you and other hunters, you and whoever else can be convinced to believe you're right, will make it seem by performing the ultimate sacrifice. Hey, at least the next world will be better than this one. Oh my god, that was a funny paragraph to read. For something so dark. Oh, I found that hilarious. The imbuing. The talkative among you commonly describe your first as relentless, or a killing machine. You've seen your modest types not in agreement, or I've seen your modest types not in agreement, considering the abuse most martyrs take when they join the ranks. It's a wonder any of us is alive for any sequel. Character creation. Martyrs start with above average stamina and usually have high empathy. Expectations to latter case or later case include people who practice various forms of self-sacrifice for the attention or approval it earns them. Many members of this creed start with a substantial resources but give them away, abandon them, or otherwise lose them. Starting conviction 4, aka Cassandra's losers, masochists, fuck ups. Alright. I am just reading these. It will be fine. I'm gonna take a couple minutes of our first break. So, Welcome back, everybody. My name is Soul King Winter, and I'm happy for everybody to be watching, supporting, and just showing some love. Again, we are doing World of Darkness, Hunter the Reckoning. Character creation. I didn't make an exact plan on how to work all these stories, but that's fine. I'm learning as I go, like everybody else normally does. The next book I do, I probably won't read that super long intro. What I'll probably do is read that intro in a shorter video as like the introduction to the book we're gonna do, and then I'll do the live stream and making the book character on stream to be more mainstream and stuff like that. But for this video, it's all in there. It's all the beginning. I'm sorry. Let's dive more into it. And I'm still... Oh, no. Don't switch back. I forgot to click out of that. So, also for the big screen, I'm sorry. I know it was starting out quiet. I had to add my audio captures into my Adobe for that screen because I didn't realize it wasn't originally casting the music like my main screen has audio input, so I just thought it transferred over until I did a sound check with my phone. But now, when we go on break, you'll still be able to hear the music playing in the background. Also, by the way, I don't remember if I said it. The music we're listening to is a 4-hour video of Cyberpunk Dark Synth Mix Plasma on the account called White Bat Audio. They have it set up as royalty-free, copyright safe music. That's why I'm using it. This is the same audio track that I used in my mixed game video. It just later downed the track. I like it for the background music while doing it, or for like chatting and stuff, and when I pause and take breaths and need a break. It sounds pretty cool for the aesthetic of World of Darkness in my head. But we're gonna dive back into talking about the different types of hunters. I'm gonna read through these and then I will start. I'm gonna read through all the different types of hunters, creeds. That's the wrong page. There it is. Yeah, we're looking at the creeds now. I'll fill mine in. I already know what I want, but again, I'm just reading everything through. Redemption. Where's my weaknesses for redemption? Weaknesses. Messiah complexes bedeviled the practitioners of redemption. Redeemers. Maybe worse than Avengers when it comes to establishing themselves at the heart of their own religions. The power can come to mean more than the hunt. Unlike Avengers, who can have their own cult followings, yet manage to remain effective hunters, some Redeemers drift away from the hunt altogether toward a pure calling. Avarice seduces even more of our kind. A lot of Redeemers start out doing the occasional miracle for some moneybags type. just to support the hunt. Next thing you know, that doe starts looking a lot better than risking your neck to reconnect somebody else's. And then it's private practice time. Money by itself is no evil, and having it can make sure the hunt safer. Can make sure the hunt's safer. Through seldom easier, though seldom easier, but it should always be a means, never an end. Absolutionist redeemers, the ones who stick to the hunt but develop god complexes of a different sort, are the worst. If you've never seen one in action, count your blessings. They're the redemption on my terms only types who can't or won't see any alternatives beyond healing some freak or killing it. When they start I'm sorry, I lost my page. Ah, uh, they start dictating how the hunt itself needs to go down. It might be time to find a new redeemer. Apocrypha. Apocrypha. I hope I'm pronouncing that word right. Redeemers, try to understand what's happening or what's happened to you and your world through experience, or lack of it. Be it scientists, professionals, researchers, or merely informed, perceive your states of logical terms. Chernobyl afterfacts, prion infection, general degradation of the biosphere, and see gloom on the horizon based on these same factors. Someone has to do something about it. The ignorant, uninformed, or disillusioned, although no less concerned for others, fill in the gaps with whatever meaning you can. Blessing, damnation, personal purpose, or government plot. To the latter, your powers and role simply complement the corrupt world. Someone has to try to save the hopeless or deserving if anything good is to follow. Ultimately, most redeemers perceive one purpose for themselves. We are here to help. Yours is the task to save those who cannot save themselves. In some cases, when a body can't be healed, saving a monster literally means deprogramming it. Helping undo the conditioning that created it. The subject may be willing, but the human soul trapped beneath the surface or salvation may be imposed through force and punishing treatments until the evil side is broken. The lucky among us can find and redeem perhaps one soul after all our efforts, but we never stop looking for others. So, we all have the same purpose, yet some of you, it's as if the rest of us should avert our eyes when you pass. Not that you ask us to, naturally, but the expectation seems there nonetheless. Some of your holier-than-thou types are about as trying as you are handy. The imbuing. Someone invariably gets hurt during the making of a redeemer. Yeah, been there. Severed arteries, compound fractures, snapped necks. Yeah, worked the miracles. You stared at your own hands like they were never yours. You may also have worked a little magic on the case of the mayhem, or the cause of the mayhem. Character creation. Redeemers are often couple dexterity with a high mental attribute. Keep in mind that abilities relating to medicine are far from essential to playing. Missed the name. The speech. Redemption. Or applying redemption. I was wrong. It's the hunter's urge to make things right, not the ability to do so already. That matters. Starting conviction 3, aka menders, deprogrammers, confessors, healers, curadors. On the wrong page again. I have 3 screens, so I tend to click off of one and when I go to scroll and it doesn't scroll immediately. It's probably because I'm on one of the screens. Vengeance. Give back the devil his own. Where's weakness? Okay. Weakness. Extremism may be what brought you into the fold, but it might be what takes you out of it too. It seems like lots of us believe for a long time, long before hearing the call, that whoever was running things had the wrong idea. That's why so many of us are anti-government. From white supremacists to militia members to black separatist vigilantes. From Zapatista rebels to Irish Republican army soldiers. The trouble here is the same as with any insurgency movement. Piss off the wrong federals and they make you their hobby. You don't want to have the authorities actively after your hide. They'll be trying to bust you regardless, so don't make it worse. Believe me, monsters are bad enough by themselves, and if you're one of those who believes monsters are the government, give me a day's notice before you come to my town, okay? Intolerance goes hand in hand with some extremist activities. It's also part and parcel of some folks' religious beliefs. People with religious beliefs like that scare me. There are whole white groups and all black groups and all Asian groups who say their race is the only one that can hear the call. Be smart. Keep a clear sense of who the enemy is here. You know, those murders of interracial couples in England? The police are clueless, but everything about crime says it's one of us. An obsession is a major danger for us. From lunatics who believe in preserving racial purity to nuts who nuts who blow up a whole building because a monster lives in the penthouse. You come across the varieties, just don't join their ranks, because that makes you the enemy, and you know what that means. If you can't remember the last time you had dinner with your family, or the names of your family members, or whatever, or whether you have a family, or a job, for that matter, you're obsessed. Apocrypha. Yeah, probably thought got to turn the sound back off on that. Okay, Apocrypha. You're probably very orthodox in your attempts to explain your mission and why you're called to it. Traditional notions of good and evil are fine by you. Onward, Christian soldiers, crush the infidels. make the world a better place. Answers to why now vary from a cleansing in preparation for the second coming is a simple need for humanity to finally reclaim the earth. By this sort of reckoning, the messengers get construed as angels, the Holy Spirit, or ancestor spirits. Yet, our kind tends to believe in one thing consistently: ourselves. Maybe that's why hunter cults are personality to have Avengers in their center. If you can ever get one of these cult leaders to be candid, odds are he'll tell you there are no messengers, that the voices he hears are his own, that his powers are his destiny. In all fairness, some of these folks are among the most effective hunters around, but having worshippers still makes you appear suspicious. Yeah, it's been a while since I've read these, like, completely. So, these are actually coming a lot funnier to sound for the descriptions of, like, the types of hunters to me. The imbuing. To call to vengeance is always violent. Someone or something almost always dies, whether it's some civilian, his attacker, or the hunter in question. You were reborn, amid death, and consecrated in blood. Is it any wonder that the hunters likeliest to fall to the enemy's level is your own kind? Character creation. Avengers usually possess high physical attributes, but can be weak or fearful people who bolster themselves with weaponry. For the latter, choose high firearm rates and possible the arsenal background, coupled with wits and / alertness to reflect these characters' view of the world as a basic menacing. Outlaws and law enforcers are good stating concepts for this creed, although callously murderous individuals on either side of the law are not. Consider giving hunters who are cops or crooks the contact's background. Starting conviction 4, aka adjusters, knights, soldiers, the wrath of God, vengadors. Visionaries. Claiming a world is simple sounding, twofold process. We must be patient and look carefully to discern our own path, and we must pursue the path heedless of obstacles, whether nefarious interference or the disbelief of our fellows. Neither impediment can keep us from our goals. Where's your weakness stat? There's your weakness stat. Weaknesses. Other hunters may say we're all prone to narrowness of focus, and so they call us tunnel visionaries. Of course, it's pointless to protest. We obviously can devote ourselves to certain minor details. How about that pamphleteer who keeps harping on the mutagenic properties of human saliva and the new way monster particles are spread by kissing? Gang, keep some emotional distance from your pet theories. Don't undermine your own authority by constantly focusing on fringe matters. Remember the big picture. Addition.
Of, addition affects those of us who pursue comprehension of the mysteries. Heralds, hunters, monsters. Though mind-altering substance, excess moderation. Visionaries who conclude that hunters are better off not hunting are the typical called traitors. Nevertheless, following your own vision of the truth is what we do. And a few of you believe humans are being used as cat paws at best, and as entertainment of the gladiator variety at worst. Needless to say, some of our more eager counterparts consider any such stance blasphemy. You decide inaction should be the group's new course of action. Make sure there are no vendors behind you when you make the announcement. Apocrypha. Maintaining your composure can be difficult with all the crackpot ideas seeping into visionary heads. A lot of them seem like plot rejects from the Twilight Zone. The messengers are our future selves trying to prevent a mutant takeover of humanity in their past, or hell is full and we're seeing the backflow. Or stuff like this happens every 1,000 years and Jesus was one of us. Or the world is about to end and we have to choose a new one. Who can say? Who will be right? Till the last minute. What you do know is, no imbued is certain of his ultimate purpose. It's up to you to discover that purpose and seek alternatives. So, whatever ideas you may become popular accepted, or properly accepted. Perhaps the world hunters should seek apart from monsters is neither this nor next, but one of our own making. The imbuing! Visionaries love to trade first-time stories because our experiences tend to vary so much. This one distracted a creature so its victims could escape. That one tricked an attacker into destroying itself. My own opener to the way ended after it became apparent that the thing confronting me couldn't face its own reflection. The only constraint to these tales appears to be how different visionary solutions seem to be. Character concept. Although many visionaries possess superior intelligence, some are average in the department but excel at manipulation, specifically at seeming to have powerful intellects. Leadership and expression are appropriate attributes for hunters of this period. Visionaries sometimes have a connection in occult or science, or concentration in occult or science, but an exceptional individual or a charlatan might straddle both fields. Starter Conviction 3, aka Pathfinders, Wayfinders, Prophets, Hellshear.
Okay, that is all of them for the character type. So I will say, all the character creation boxes that I've read for all of these, they are points and guides to making the hunter character. You don't have to follow them to make a character under that creed. It's just a recommendation. So,
let me scroll back up. Find my mercy ones, because I'm going to make a mercy hunter. Mercy is innocence, martyrdom, and redemption.
So, we're gonna go to my virtue and mercy.
Let's go find my creed. Which creed I exactly want. I know I don't want it since I'm. So. I'm gonna play a Redeemer. I spelled that wrong. I'll have to fix that in a second. Redeemer. My starting conviction was 3. So, the concept for my character that I'm going to be playing is... No, don't do... Why did it do that? Alright, the concept for my character is I'm going to be playing a detective... I had to sum that up, sorry. Basically going to be playing a detective that works with the police and works to keep hunters, or not hunters, but try to help keep creatures on the straight and narrow so everybody can get along and coexist together is my character's goal. I'm not going to follow the character creation rule much because I'm going to build the character how I want him to be based on my concept. That's what I particularly do. So, as you see here, the name is the name of your character, not, this is probably going to change, but let's call him, because I want to play a male character, let's go with Victor. Sorry, I'm trying to think of the last name. I don't typically create names of my characters early on. I usually by the beginning of the first session, I'm usually scrambling to come up with a name for my characters. Let's go Combs. Is that? A player name. This is for the player's name. So Saul. We're just gonna write Saul because I'm not writing out my entire gamer tag. Chronicle is the name of the current campaign that you're playing. Nature and demeanor, we're going to get into those, and then we'll also get into all the attributes and skills, or abilities, which you can see are split into different things. So, attributes have physical, social, and mental. Abilities have talent, skills, and knowledge. we will do our advantages, which are our backgrounds, edges. Edges are the powers that hunters get. They're magical abilities. We'll also end up doing our virtues. So, 1, 2, 3. I was like, that's not evenly spaced. But our main goal now is I'm gonna avoid reading a lot of stuff. I'm gonna explain stuff as I go through. We'll all enjoy it. If not, I'm sorry, but hey, you know how to make a World of Darkness hunter now. We're just gonna drop that onto a new page. Merits and flaws, because I'll end up using a homebrew for merits and flaws that are for the games that my group likes to play when playing World of Darkness. And we can take as many flaws and as many merits as we want. The only thing is, they have you kind of. It's based on the freebie point flow. Flaws give you freebie points, merits take away freebie points. We'll get in. We'll get into these a bit more later, but freebie points are special points that you can obtain from flaws. You do have a starting amount before you take any flaws to help boost up your stats, your attributes, willpower, and other things to give yourself a little bit more of a boost than the normal character creation stuff. Again, my group uses homebrew rule. You can take as many flaws as merits you want before you start the game. Once the campaign starts, you have to wait for to gain any new additional flaws or merits. You have to wait for the DM to tell you or agree with, hey, you should probably take this because in this situation you would gain this merit slash flaw. You can take certain flaws multiple times over and over again to gain more points, but merits and flaws are basically a way to help your character stand unique in the way you roleplay it. But like I said, we'll get more into that later. Okay. I'll probably make another video static where I read all of, like, the actual description stuff for the hunters. I like that, but a hunter can't get gun on a horse. Yeah, westernish. Alright. I've heard the message, chapter 4, Ration and Traits. Sorry, like touch. No, because we're already diving into character creation. Alright, character creation process. So, step 1, we choose a concept, creed, nature, and demeanor. So we've done our
concept. It's not our creed. We still gotta choose nature and demeanor. We're gonna run this step by step. So,
Nature and demeanor, archetypes, nature and demeanor. The overall archetypes are addict, someone you're hooked on something or someone. Architect, you build a better future. Autocrat, you need control. Bond vision, life is for pleasure. Bravo, strength is all that matters. Caregiver, everyone needs nurturing. Celebrant, you exist for your passion. Child, won't somebody be there for you? Conformist, you follow and assist. Conniver, others exist for your benefit. Permadersion, I probably pronounced that wrong. Nothing is worthwhile. Director, you oversee what must be done. Dreamer, you aspire to lofty heights. We have Frantic. The cause is all that matters. Gallant, you're not the showstopper, you're the show. Gambler, you play the odds in all things. Pedagogue, you save others through knowledge. Tenant, past acts must be atoned for. Perfectionist, nothing is good enough. Rebel, you follow no one's rules. Rogue, those who can win, those who can't lose. You can. Survivor, nothing can keep you down. Traditionalist, as it always has been, so it shall be. Trickster, laughter eases the pain.
so there are more stuff to go through. They go more in depth, and we're gonna go drop down. We can go to that here in a second, because we're also going to talk about what nature and demeanor actually means. We're not doing attributes yet. Nope, not there. Yeah, they do give an example for character creation, which is pretty cool. Just holding it here. If you want to pause, you can read that. Basically, it's just like an example how to make a character. Yeah, I probably could have read that instead of the opening, but hey, I'd rather walk through it. Because some people learn better by having it walk through. Personality archetypes, nature and demeanor. Everyone plays a role. Often several. Every day. Every individual displays multiple layers of personality, varying from the contrived to the sincere. Each of these roles define how we interact with people and places around us, and we choose which parts of ourselves we wish to show. It is the same with hunters. The concept of nature and demeanor corresponds directly to the different masks we wear when we interact. Your hunter's character nature is her true self, her innermost being, the person she truly is. It is dangerous to show this, though it lets others know who we are and what is important to us. Thus, your character also has a demeanor, the face she shows to the world. By choosing how we relate to the world, we are able to choose how it relates to us. We guide the response others give us. Nature and demeanor are usually strikingly different for the imbued, trying to maintain a semblance of the normal life
and then confronting the unknown makes for schizophrenic experiences. Maintaining contrasting natures and demeanors helps draw the lines between identities. Everyday person versus potential killer. And yet, there are those who take the hunt so far it consumes all of their identities. Nothing else has meaning to those people who develop the same nature and demeanor and are watched closely by their allies for signs of going too far and becoming a liability. Even if your character strives to show separate faces to the world, the lines must sometimes blur. The shadows and their agents are everywhere, operating by day and night. They can be at work, on the street, at the gym, or even in the hall. They truly, rarely, never let down their guard, and frequently wear their hunter's face for fear of showing weakness, which could lead to death. Philosophy and psychology aside, personality is an effect on hunter mechanics, or has an effect on hunter mechanics. Your character may regain her drive or sense of purpose by acting in accordance with her nature. Every time your character fulfills the requirements of her nature, archetype, see below, we will, she is eligible to regain a point of spent willpower. Willpower is on page 125. We'll eventually talk about willpower soon. Bad fun, don't think of me. Your character remains the point if the storyteller allows it. Archetypes allow you to build a sense of personality for your character. To define that bit what makes her tick, yet archetypes are not rigid. Characters need not devote themselves lavishly to their nature and demeanors. Rather, your character should act as you reasonably or emotionally believe she would at a given situation. You should come up with your own archetypes that more closely define how your character responds to her world. After all, every character is an individual, and customized archetypes are logical outgrowth of that well-rounded character. Here are some basic character archetypes suitable for beginning play. Addict. The addict simply can't get enough of a good thing. Unlike the bon vivant, who finds pleasure where she can, the addict turns a specific pleasure into an obsession, giving it up only for a stronger urge. Obviously, this may be a narcotic, but it can also be a certain person, place, or activity that has significance. Gamblers, workaholics, and stalkers are all good examples of the addict archetype. Regain willpower when you're able to gorge yourself on your chosen passion. Architect. The architect wishes to be immortalized through a legacy that will remain long after she passes away. The legacy may be solid, like a building or gadget, or it may be intangible, like a new idea or prodigy. Pioneers, innovators, and entrepreneurs tend to be this archetype. Regain willpower whenever you do something for which you know people will remember you. Autocrat. The autocrat craves complete control over a situation, for he believes his leadership is always in the group's best interest. Whether the autocrat ideas are truly the best is inconsequential. The power for power's sake is your sole desire dictators, corporate raiders, and people who rule by fear are autocrat types, archetypes. Gain willpower when you wrest control of a situation from someone else and maintain command afterwards. Bond Viviant. The Bond Viviant knows that her time on Earth is limited, so she tries to enjoy what she can. The Bond Viviant always seeks excess and instant gratification, sometimes to the point of neglecting duty or common sense. Dilettantes, hedonists, and many teenagers are the Bond Viviant archetype. Regain willpower when you shrink a responsibility in order to have a good time, which you feel more than compensates for whatever consequence may result. Bravo! Yet it doesn't matter how the Bravo gets his way, whether physically or verbally, as long as he gets it by knocking somebody else down. Bravos take pleasure in displaying their power firsthand to people who don't respect. The Bravo is not necessarily void of compassion. He just prefers the strong arm method of getting things done. Commandos, thugs, and tough guy cops are all Bravo archetypes. Regain willpower when you get your way by cowing an opponent or ally. Caregiver. A caregiver is a welcome partner in a sea of evil. She takes pride in being a crutch for others to lean on in times of trouble. Caregivers are not suckers, however, and will not help people who they feel do not deserve their aid. Doctors, social workers, and parents are all examples of the caregiver archetype. Regain willpower when you aid someone who truly needs it, especially at the cost of yourself. The celebrant takes joy in her cause. Whether the character's passion is battle, religious favor, foiling her rivals, or reading fine literature, it gives the celebrant the strength to withstand adversity. Given the chance, the celebrant indulges in her passion as deeply as possible. Unlike the fanatic, page 100, the celebrant pursues her passion without a duty, passion not out of duty, but out of enthusiasm. Crusaders, hippies, political activists, and art enthusiasts are celebrant archetypes. Gain a willpower whenever you pursue your cause, or convert another character to the same passion. Conversely, lose a temporary willpower whenever you are denied your passion, or it is completely unavailable to you. I did not realize that some of these... I usually pick a set, like nature and demeanor when I play my characters, but I've never actually done Celebrant before, so I've never like fully read into it. I didn't realize that it could lose willpower. That's hilarious. I enjoy that. Child. The child archetype can show two different faces. On the one hand, he may be the epitome of the little prince, innocent, questioning, untouched by the world's pettiness. On the other hand, he may be immature, selfish creature who demands a sort of dependence on others. Many child archetypes, such as children, and the idle rich show a bit of each face. Regain willpower when you when your unsullied perspective uncovers an answer that more world-weary people have overlooked. Alternatively, gain a willpower whenever you get your way through bullish stubbornness. Conformist is the backbone of any group, seldom making any plans herself, but following those competent leader to their completion. Conformists aren't really sheep. They can judge whose plans are worth carrying out. Besides, a situation with too many chiefs and a few Indians leads to decimation of a tribe. Herpes, high school students, and anyone who finds comfort in the masses may be a conformist archetype. Regain willpower when a plan succeeds thanks to a unique support you lend it.
So that actually be my demeanor. So that will be how I play my character in the game. Showing he's chill, going about other people's plans and everything like that. So let's figure out
his nature, the true him.
You only gain, I'm pretty sure it is, you only gain willpower from your nature itself. So, again, the demeanor is just how your character acts out in the open in front of the outside world, people that they don't trust and everything like that.
I could be wrong, and I might find that in here reading wrong, or someone might watch this video later and be like, hey, you said the wrong thing, this is what it actually is. That's fine. I don't claim to know everything. I'm looking at the book. I'm skimming through the book to help people make characters. That's really it. Please, if you know more about World of Darkness than I do, and I say something wrong, or you have the books yourself and you look something up and see I said something wrong, please feel free to drop a comment on the videos when I make stuff about World of Darkness and be like, and nicely be like, hey, just want to give you a heads up. Such and such thing you said is wrong. Here's the actual thing, and put a page number for whatever book it is, and be like, and go read this page. You'll find where you messed up. Do it nicely. I love criticism. If criticism is positive, it helps everybody learn to be better. If it is negative criticism, most of the time people aren't going to take that. We all know it. In truth, how you say things is how people interpret things. So, again, my YouTube channel is a hobby. If I would like to build a community that enjoys the things I do, so TTRPGs, video games, and other stuff that I eventually might do as side projects on the channel, because I think they're cool, and people may also think they're cool. Let's build each other up, not break each other down. If you're being nasty in my comment sections or in my chats on live, I won't stand for it. We're here to accept each other, not tear each other down. Okay, I have that speech done. Let's dive back into this. Sorry about that. I figured it was needed to say. Conniver. The conniver's time is much too precious to waste on things that other people happily do for him. He takes pride in getting others to do what he wants, and he may use any means necessary to accomplish this. Salesman, con artist, and intelligent but lazy are all conniver archetypes. Gain willpower whenever you get someone else to do dirty work. Termiturge. The Termiturgeon refuses to hold any delusions about outcomes or ideas, even if it earns him the title of pessimist. Nothing ever works out the way it should, and Murphy's Law is sometimes a lot more applicable than the laws of physics. And most don't even get him started on people. Termiturgeons can be anyone from grabby old ladies to disinfected youth. Regain willpower when someone does something stupid, a plan fails, just like you knew it would, and you may have to predict this failure, privately to the storyteller.
Sorry, I stopped paying attention for a second. Not because I lost interest. I was just checking on the music that I have playing. I know it's a 4-hour video, and we've been going for 2 hours. Plus the original 1 hour, so it's about 3 hours into play, and I have to make sure it doesn't, or when it ends, it doesn't transfer to music that can be copyrighted. So I was going to kind of loop it, but it wasn't giving me the option, so I just got to double check every once in a while. Or when I hear something that's not supposed to play, and then I'll go transfer it back. Director. To the director, nothing is worse than chaos and disorder. The director seeks to be in charge, adapting a my way or the highway attitude on matters of decision making. The director is the most concerned with bringing order up out of strife. However, and need to not truly in control of, or being truly in control of the group to guide it. Coaches, teachers, and many political figures exemplify the director archetype. Regain a point of willpower when you influence a group in the completion of a difficult task. Dreamer. Dreamers strive to use their ideas to rise above their surroundings or limitations. They may share their views with others, but seldom have a plan for guiding from what is to be what should be. Thus, dreamers' lofty goals are often met with skepticism. But it is these tests of social boundaries that bring about change in the end. Inventors, artists, and philosophers most likely embody the dreamer archetype. Regain willpower whenever you convince someone to alter their course of action and follow your vision. Fanatic. The fanatic has a higher goal, and his sense of duty requires him to follow it to the utmost. So when even the defenseless get in the way of that objective, the fanatic pushes them down and walks over them if he must. The end justifies the means. Revolutionaries, crackpots, and extremists fall into this mold. Choose a cause. Gain willpower every time you take a major stride in support of it. Gallant. The Gallant wants nothing more than the admiration of others. She's a show-off, a performer. Dramatizing a situation if she feels it wins her an audience. Sometimes the Gallant loses track of the goal in her historic pursuit of it. Gallants are often actors, single children, and others who base their self-esteem on
the approval of others. Regain willpower when you suitably impress someone. Storyteller's discretion. Gambler. To the gambler, life is a toss of the dice. There is no greater thrill than betting the odds or beating the odds. Gamblers sometimes get themselves into dangerous situations simply for the affirmation that comes from escaping it. Daredevils, extreme sport fanatics, and stockbrokers are good examples of the gambler archetype. Regain willpower when you triumph against difficult odds, especially when you stack them against yourself. That might be my character's nature. The pedagogue knows it all and definitely wants to inform others, whether through the sense of purpose or a genuine desire to help others. The predator pedigree make sure his message is heard at length if necessary. Prodigy archetypes may range from well-meaning mentors to verbose blowhards who love to hear themselves talk, instructors, the overeducated and veterans of their field are all examples of the pedagogy, however you pronounce that word, archetype. Regain one point of willpower whenever you see or learn of someone who benefits from your wisdom. Penance. Have a sin, real or imagined, for which they wish to atone. The penitent himself determines the sin. Some penitents have an ever-increasing list of wrongs that they accumulate from day to day, all of which must be ameliorated in different ways. Penitents aren't necessarily religious. They simply feel that they must scourge an evil within them. Reformed criminals and persons with low self-esteem or penitent archetypes gain willpower whenever you perform an adequate act of reparation that either removes a lesser sin or a step toward accusing the greater or asserting the greater. Storyteller's discretion. Perfectionist. A job worth doing is a job worth doing perfectly. The perfectionist accepts nothing less. She spends long hours detailing her plans and is not satisfied unless they are executed flawlessly. Perfectionists also tend to expect this sort of care from others. Prima donnas, directors, and Olympic trainers are all perfectionist archetypes. Regain willpower when you achieve unmitigated success in something important. Rebel. The rebel has a need to undermine authority, whether his grievances against the system are legitimate or simply an outgrowth of some wrong done to him in the past is inconsequential. The rebel consciously prefers to challenge the authority figure or society's dictate, or society's dictates, even if he was, even if his choice may lead him down a more difficult road. Teenagers, non-conformists, and criminals may all be rebel archetypes. Willpower. Whenever you oppose an authority figure and let him know it, or when you earn others' respect for opposing the status quo. Rogue. The rogue relies on no one but himself. His sense of self-sufficiency is strong, and he tends to consider the dependence of others to be his weakness. Although he is not necessarily cold-hearted or cruel, he usually has the best interest of only one person in mind, himself. The rogue may work with other hunters in order to survive, but doing so rankles him, and he seeks every opportunity to go off on his own. Capitalists, slum dwellers, and smugglers all embody the rogue archetype. Regain a willpower when you profit by focusing on yourself only. Survivor. No matter what happens, no matter the odds or opposition, the survivor always manages to pull through, whether alone or with a group. The survivor's utter refusal to accept defeat often makes the difference between success and failure. Survivors are frustrated by each other's acceptance of what fate has in store, or by any unwillingness to become or to better a situation. Outcast, street folk, idealist may be the survivor archetypes. Regain 1 point of willpower whenever you survive a threatening situation through tenacity, or when another persists in spite of adversity thanks to your console. I do like the survivor background or nature for, since I'm playing a detective, I think that's going to be the one I would go with for survivor. Oh, I clicked on that. So with that, I will finish reading through the rest of the natures and demeanors, but for my character, he is a conformist. He tends to, or he will work with other people's plans. He will follow other people as long as he believes the plans will work. And then, as a survivor, as his true nature, his main goal is to live. It doesn't matter anything else. He will I'm gonna have him base so. If he believes the plan is going wrong, he's gonna break away from it if he can decide he'll survive it by breaking away from it. It might give my character a little bit standoffish situation with the party when we go into interactions and stuff, or like hunting something down. But my character's goal is to survive, and to work for coexistence between humanity and monsters. So if he can back his way out of a fight, he's going to back his way out of a fight. If he believes he can find a better path than what the party's taking, that's how I'm going to go with him. He's a detective. He will mostly be following laws in situations, but again, he is a hunter, so that may deteriorate. Alright. Traditionalist. The traditionalist is wary of risks that untested methods present. For her, there is safety in the tried and true. Traditionalists tend to be followers of the status quo. If it works for everybody else, it works for her too. conservatives, authorities, and generally anyone who benefits from the system may be a traditionalist archetype. Regain willpower whenever you use a proven way discredits more radical methods. Tricksters. No matter how grim the situation becomes, the trickster is able to dredge up a bit of humor from it. Tricksters try to lighten the spirits of everyone around them by using commentary, wit, or physical humor. By putting on a gleeful mask, the trickster hopes to play the fool for everyone, including himself. Political, cartoonists, comedians, and class clowns often have the trickster archetype. Regain willpower whenever you manage to lighten a dark situation and give others hope. Attributes. Hunters, their prey, and clearly all other sentient beings in the world of darkness have attributes. These traits determine your character's raw potential in several general categories. Most people have scores between 1, 4, and 3 above average, with 2 representing typical potential, or typical human potential. Rare gifted individuals may have an attribute and a score of 4 excellent, and a tiny percent of the population possesses a score of 5. Peak human capacity. These last are the people who break Olympic records, cure civilization-threatening diseases, and end wars, or start them. I'm going to read the basic information of attributes. I have to scroll back up to get the number of them, but I will do that after I read the basic stuff, because you have certain set points that you'll put into the categories. I'll explain that more later. And you always attributes. You always start with 1 in each attribute, because starting with 0 is not good for your character at all. Physical traits reflect the condition of your character's body. These traits are usually highest in action-oriented characters, those who can both take and deliver corporal abuse and get the hell out of the way if the need arises. Strength. Father St. George weighed his options quickly. The grate looked heavy. Its hinges stubbornly rusted from years of neglect. He glances down the tunnel ahead, playing his flashlight beam off the murky water. He supposed there might be a culvert at the end or a loose manhole that he could force up, but it was just as likely that the tunnel ended abruptly in a floodgate, or even worse, continued to narrow until he was crawling through sewage like a rat, swimming in his own vomit, as those things stalking around him gnawed on his ass. He put the end of the flashlight in his mouth, placed his fingers through the grillwork, and yanked desperately. Strength is your character's brute physical power. It is the determining factor in all tests of muscle alone. Arm wrestling, heavy lifting, and smashing things are all good examples of tasks that require strength roll. The number of points your character has in strength is added to his damage dice pool in hand-to-hand combat, and I also believe melee combat. It might not be melee combat, but it's one of those. It might be, or it might not be. It's fine. Specialties in strength are strong back, rock grip, unmovable, calves of steel. Specialties help you gain, I believe in the first book, or the mixed rules book I talked about, or I read a passage on specialties. I'll have to double check. But, just again, specialties are to help your character get a little bit extra depending on the rolls. Specialties are applied when your character gains 4 dots in a straight. And then possibly another one at 5. My group tends to do 4 spots in a trait, or a specialty at 4, and then you get, after 4, it's like every 2 dots. That's typically from what we played it as. If you want, you can scroll in, you can pause it, whatever your device. You might not be able to read that, so I'll read it. I don't know if I did, or I don't remember if I did in the Mixed Games book video. 1 dot equals poor. You can lift 40 pounds. 2 dots is average. You can lift 100 pounds. 3 dots is good. You can lift 250 pounds. 4 dots is exceptional. You can lift 400 pounds. 5 dots, outstanding. You can lift 600 pounds. Dexterity. I'm not afraid to die again. The dead thing's defiance was almost drowned out in the raging gale. It edged toward the bowsprit of a tiny craft. Pea jacket flapping mildly like a tattered sail. Michelle fought down her nausea as she staggered across the pitching, rolling deck. Her feet threatened to slide out from under her with every step, and dump her into onto the slick boards from the monster. The unfamiliar weight of the fire axe in her hands made finding her balance even more difficult, but she wasn't about to alleviate herself from that burden. Your character's dexterity attribute indicates her familiarity with the movements of her body. It comprises her speed, balance, and agility in large physical actions, as well as her acumen with fine motions, these requiring hand-eye coordination or subtle grace. Specialties: swift, graceful, lightning reflexes, surgeon's hands. 1. 4. After the first disaster, your dad never played catch with you again. 2. Average. You seldom embarrass yourself at the company softball game. 3. Good. Learning new sports come easily for you. 4. Exceptional. You could profit from your talents as a professional juggler, dancer, or cat burglar. 5. Outstanding. You have the fluid, natural grace of a panther. I can read stamina, and then we'll take a break. Or our second break for the video. I try to take a break if I'm doing stuff like this, or even playing video games. I try to take a break at least an hour and a half. Video games, it's a little bit harder. It's a little bit easier to lose track of how long I've been playing, just because I dial in. But yeah, we're gonna take about a break every hour, 30 minutes, just so I can not sit at the computer the entire time, and I can walk around a little bit. Stamina. The volume of the expensive German speakers was as high as it could go, despite the pounding bass and the maxi cup of high-end AA surging through his system. Marshall was hypnotized by the rhythm of the lane divider as it passed beneath his sedan. He rubbed his eyes hard, making fireworks blossom in the red darkness. He had been driving for over a day and a half now, with only the briefest stops for gas and coffee. He hated this torture. But if he tried to board a plane with what he had buried under blankets in the trunk, well, there would be questions. The sedan's high beams illuminated a sign San Francisco 314. Stamina covers both your character's physical and mental fortitudes. Hunters with high stamina can withstand hellish amounts of pain, resistance crippling amounts of fatigue, or illness. And if the need arises, drink copious amounts of alcohol and remain standing. With great stamina comes the tenacity that allows your character to endure when others have long before given in. Your character's stamina determines how many dice are rolled to soak injuries. Specialties: tireless, unyielding, tough as hell, unmindful of pain.
So, I'm going to circle back real quick. The determining of how many dice to soak in injuries. Hunters are human. It's one of the lacks that they have as as something you can play. Hunters can't soak lethal or aggravated damage without some form of magic item or special ability. You just naturally can't do it. That's kind of one of the reasons why hunters are the easiest thing to get killed in World of Darkness, is because of that category of not being able to tank damage. I'm specifying this because, yeah, low soak is usually a problem, especially if you're trying to fight up close and personal with stuff. But hey, people play how you want to play. I can only say something. It takes you to experience it to learn it.
Or, yeah, hop into a car to visit friends down the street. Average. Golf carts are for sissies. Good. Yeah, frequently pull all-nighters for work with minimum of complaining. Exceptional. You could run all day if you had to. 5. Outstanding. Yeah, often run all day for fun.
Alright. That being said, let's slide back to a break. Because we're at the 3-hour mark, which means it's time for break too. So I can stand around and walk around my house for a quick couple of minutes. Use the break as you want. You can sit here, listen to music. You can go walk around, grab a drink, grab some food. Something. But we'll be back shortly. I hope everybody is enjoying this, and I appreciate all the love and support and the possible new fans of World of Darkness that could come from these videos. Be back.
The 2026 Chevy Equinox is ready for your daily drives, weekend getaways, and everything in between. Plenty of cargo space, plus a big touchscreen that keeps all your tech right where you need it. It's more than an SUV. It's your Equinox. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
And welcome back to World of Darkness, Hunters of the Reckoning. I appreciate everybody who's taking time to watch the video, whether live or static. I thank you for the love and support. I know it's a long video. If I wasn't doing everything for YouTube, I would have had my character done in like an hour, hour and a half tops. But I'm going through, explaining everything, reading stuff out, and enjoying it. So, I don't mind. Hopefully everybody likes to learn about it. I realized I walked away. I forgot to check the time on the music, and when I walked back, I put on my headphones real quick and realized Disturbed was playing. Sorry about that. Hopefully that doesn't get flagged. I don't think I had it on I had it on less than a minute, but I had to change the music back during the break to Cyberpunk Dark Synth, which I will put. I'll put a link to their video in the description for anybody who likes it. But if anything, if YouTube flags the Disturbed, I'll go in and cut it out.
or I'll have them, or I'll do the thing to have it removed, and the video be fine. Because again, I don't own the music playing throughout this video. Don't own the books. Well, when I say I don't own the books, I mean I'm not the publisher. I'm not the creator of the books.
Well, I believe where we left off is we just finished reading about stamina. I did it again. I forgot to click on the main screen. And apparently the live chat feature box on my BRB screen is not working, which means it's probably not working on my getting started soon screen either. So I will probably have to go in and remove those or try to figure out why they're not working. I'll probably just end up removing them because I can see chat on one of my display windows open in YouTube Studio anyways. And I have my my phone right now as my other device open with the chat. For live, so that live box doesn't really matter too much. I just thought it'd be cool to add in and have work when I was making all the different scenes and stuff in OBS. Alright. Social. Stalking the world's most dangerous game is often treacherous. Even for most able hunters, social attributes come in handy. For prudent ones who hope to enlist others' help to talk to the enemy, lure unsuspecting prey into a more vulnerable position, or to deal with outsiders not in on the big secret. These traits determine your character's capacity to win friends and influence people. Charisma. You're not wrong, and I don't blame you for doing your job. Marshall's voice was gentle and placating, as if he were calming a frightened puppy. His friend Angela choked back a laugh. The combined worth of the books in here exceed $4.2 million, the library grossed. Over the course of his conversation with Marshall, the little troll's mane had softened from truculent obstinacy to petulant whittling. The background forms only take a few weeks to clear. 10 minutes later, they were discussing their mutual hatred for paperwork. A few minutes after that, they were sharing fly fishing tales. That afternoon, Marshall pored over an 18th century folio of the book he wasn't supposed to see. Charisma comes to play when your character attempts to win over another, or to get others to trust him. Charisma does not work through trickery or deceit. That's a manipulation's domain. Rather, charisma works as a straightforward means to get others to share your character's point of view. It may take longer to win others to your side, but they won't hate you afterward as they might with manipulation. Specialties: elegant, smooth talker, trustworthy, commanding, presence, charming. 4. 4. You don't have many friends, but who needs stupid old friends anyways? 2. Average. You can be likable when you want to be. 3. Good. People are drawn to you despite little or no special effort on your part. 4. Exceptional. Your disarming presence, even in the brief encounter, is talked about for months afterwards. 5. Outstanding. Near strangers would take bullets for you. Manipulation. You made love to my wife. Ronald's face and voice were shattered glass. Eric prepared for climax to the opus he'd been composing all evening. He was there to coax out the beast that they said lived within Ronald Van Owen. He needed to see for himself. We didn't make love, we fucked. Eric spat the last word, giving it emphasis of a cinder block tossed into a duck pond. We used each other. The rogue hunter paused only for a second to emit an animal roar from his tormentor, at his tormentor. Then he charged with the same raw ferocity that had raised the Bella Vista slums that August. The report from Eric's pistol echoed in the tiny room. Roland's head and spent casing hit the floorboards simultaneously. The souls of a dozen charred defenseless were avenged in that fetid night air. Manipulation. It's the fine act of getting others to do what your character wants, whether it's in their best interest or not. The best manipulators can make others believe that a proposed task is indeed to their advantage, that there really is no better way. Of course, some people find that fast talking. Damn girl, he said in mock pain. What's in there? A bowling ball? She just laughed. That's when the girl showed Michelangelo what the weight in her purse was, and that it was loaded with hollow point bullets. I did it? Okay. The appearance attribute. Oh, I skipped the appearance attribute reading, didn't I? No, wait. Yes, I did. I very much did. Or no, I have not yet, have I? Sorry, I got lost. I have not read the... Okay, I see what I did. I jumped from here and kept reading down. That's my bad. I'm sorry, everybody. So, of course, some people find fast talking and badgering produce quicker results. A character using manipulation, as opposed to charisma, doesn't want to make an ally, only to mold a patsy to her will. A hunter who applies manipulation frequently wins few friends. No one likes to be used, failed, or botched manipulation rolls routinely engander feelings of distrust. Specialties: tempting, evocative, silver-tongued, calculating. 1 dot. Poor. Yeah, learn to tug at others' base desires, but that's all. 2. Average. You can usually put a 1 over on folks who already trust you. 3. Good. Yes, seldom have to dirty your hands with unwanted chores. 3. Exceptional. People are your playthings, and to be taken from their boxes and thrown away at your whim. 5. Outstanding. You are the new president. Appearance. Michelangelo was stoked before that thing took him in last week. The dynamite-looking chick wouldn't even talk to him. Now, the hottest booty in the club had nabbed him. Him. Even with his chicken legs and beak of a nose. If only they could see him now, leading this babe out the back door for a little action. Being immortal was awesome. He kissed her hand, caused her to giggle, and swat him playfully with her purse. Damn, girl, he said in mock pain. What's in there? A bowling ball? She just left. And that's when the girl showed Michelangelo the weight in her purse was, and that it was loaded with hollow point bullets. The appearance attribute measures more than simply your character's looks. It represents the intangibles about her presence. The way your character holds themselves in public, for example, or the air of confidence that she emanates. Almost everyone has been surprised by a seemingly unremarkable individual whose je ne sais quoi, I don't speak French, I know that's French, je ne sais quoi, or quarry, makes her irresistible. Despite countless try maximums and ugly duckling rehashes, people are generally disposed towards those who they find attractive, even if they think they should know better. The power of the first impression is immense. A character with a low appearance may struggle to create a good one. In fact, in social situations where first impressions are paramount, your character's social dice pool may be limited to their appearance score, even if the attribute otherwise ruled is charisma or manipulation. Specialties: seductive, fresh-faced, aristocratic, alluring. 1. Poor, or 1. You have the target of discretion by the people who should have outgrown the habit, or diversion. 2. Average. You buy your own drinks at the bar. 3. Good. You find it easier to make friends of the opposite sex. 4. Exceptional. Your beauty attracts a lot of attention, which may not always be a good thing. 5. Outstanding. You cause accidents at traffic lights. Alright, we're going to move on to the mental skills now. And once I get done reading those, I'm going to scroll back up, find the points that I need to put on my character sheet, and I will distribute them across my attributes, or my stats. Yeah, attributes. I was right the first time. I should remember not to I don't always have to double check myself. Sometimes I'm just right on the first go. Mental attributes describe the efficiency of the gray, spongy stuff between your character's ears. Not simply about your character's ability to learn and think critically. Those traits measure her capacity to interpret her surroundings and react to them quickly. Perception. I guess he's not flying out with us tonight. After all, not unless he wants to unplug himself from those IVs. Uh-huh. That chicken shit's going to San Francisco. Play the message again. Huh? Before F could react, Spaulding reached forward and pressed the rewind button. Victor's dimpled voice croaked about dizziness and hospital beds. Now listen right before he hangs up. Listen to the background noise. There was a short gruff of static between the message's final good luck and the terminal click. F held her breath. Just before the click of the receiver sunk deep beneath the waves of distortion, she heard it. The clack of billiard balls. This attribute represents the character's capacity to cull important details from her surroundings, sometimes consciously, often Intuitively, a hunter with high perception is sensitive to specific environmental stimuli and may notice the razor concealed up the sweet little girl's sleeve long before his allies do. Specialties: insightful, high strung, discerning, detail oriented. 1. Poor. Something needs to bite you on the ass before you notice it. 2. Average. You can pick up on the small details. 3. Good. You have a talent for stiffing out the important miniature of a situation. 4. Exceptional. You're intimately aware of your surroundings at all times. Outstanding. You never needed to use a microscope in bio class. Intelligence. 101010101010. More than just a meaningless bunches of tens on the back, or 10s on the back of a business card. Right, Victor? As Houston racked his brain, Pike rifled through the wallet fourth time. He said the stop code would be in here. He said he told me it was there. Victor wouldn't remember his wife's name if it was tattooed on his arm. Houston waved the card at Pike. This has to be it. It can't be. Pike's voice was tense as he watched the bomb's display tick below 30. It's gotta be 3-digit code, moron. I told you that twice. Houston closed his eyes for a moment, calculating, then reached over Victor's unconsciousness form to the bomb's keypad, hit 3, then 4, then 1. The countdown stopped. He turned to Pike. Binary, moron.
Okay. Don't know how that worked for binary.
The intelligence attribute measures several aspects of what makes a person appear smart in others' eyes: reasoning ability, memory, creative, and a critical thinking. The problem-solving intelligence is no substitute for experience, though the whiz kid with almost no common sense is a cliche. Likewise, there are kids who can't find Europe on a blank map, but who can survive the most dangerous neighborhoods in town. Specialties: creative, puzzle fiend, book smart, elephant-like memory. 1. Dot. 4. Ain't got no use for learning, no show. IQ 80. Or learning know-how. With an IQ 80. 2. Average. You do the newspaper crossword and the word jumbles every day. IQ 100. 3 dots. Good. Every team wants you on side for Trivial Pursuit. IQ of 120. 4 dots. Exceptional. You can rise to the challenge of reading Ulysses. IQ 140. That goes up by 20 each time. 5. Outstanding. You consider James Joyce tolerable bathroom reading. I have no idea. Might say what my real life intelligence might be, but I don't know the author James Joyce, so that's gonna be something I'm gonna have to look up later. Wits. Michael knew that if he kept running blindly through the maze, they'd catch him eventually. He could hear them over the dull thud of the drum and bass music from upstairs. The basement of the club was the color of the blood blister. But it lit only by infrequent dangling balls. If his pursuers happened to come down this corridor, There would be no witnesses. He glanced into a deep alcove as he passed by. Two figures writhered together in the shadows. Their moist whispers barely audible, as the clink of heavy chains grew louder behind him. Mike dropped to his knees just inside the alcove's entrance, facing the couple. Gotta hide, his brain screamed. Gotta blend in. And with that, Michael unzipped his pants and began to blend in. Intelligence refers to how deeply your character's consciousness runs. Wits measures how quickly it flows. A character with high wits can understand and adapt quickly to changes, whereas one with low wits might struggle to absorb everything. Characters with high wits are also able to resist panic, even in dire situations. Specialties: unsurprisable, sharp-tongued, level-headed, adaptable. 1 point, poor. You have trouble getting knock-knock jokes. 2 points, average. You make pointedly snide comments while watching bad movies. 3 points, dots. Good. You know the perfect put down for every situation. 4 dots, exceptional. No one ever gets to jump on you. 5 dots, outstanding. Your body has trouble keeping up with your mind. Alright, so we've gone through our attributes. Now I'm going to go retrieve, as I said, the actual points, and we'll distribute them. I'm also going to go ahead and just grab the points from that we'll also use for where is it? There it is. That's the screen pages I need. Alright, attributes. Prioritize these categories: social, physical, social, mental. 6.3, your character has dot in each attribute automatically. So, we're gonna go 6, 4, 3, and then for abilities, our choices are 11, 7, and 4. 11, 7, 4. Hunters actually have the lowest, or the smaller amounts of attributes and ability score points. For the most part, supernatural creatures tend to have more. And we'll get into that when we go to digress into those books more and talk about it and stuff like that. So, oh yeah, we were just gonna spend freebie points, but in exchange for that, they do get a higher rating start of freebie points, which I'm just gonna take and add to my character. 21. See what I was writing. At the beginning of, or at this point, I cannot raise anything above 3. Character sheet, background, start with 5 points. The distribute. Virtues have 3. And edges according to your virtue. The virtues 3 and edges according to your virtue applications. We'll come back to that. Record convention according to creed and willpower's. Standard 3. So we'll go add that to our 3 and 3. because I didn't see anything that said differently. So, starting conviction cannot be raised higher than 8. Traits by virtues and edges cannot be purchased with freebie points. Starting conviction cannot be raised above 8. Okay. So I think I have all the numbers I need from this page, so we won't necessarily have to come back to it now. I'm sorry about that troll real quick. I grabbed the screen there. I just cursor, click the scroll bar with the cursor. So I'm just gonna move back down to where I was at, and then we'll fill up points. Okay. So I'm just gonna use his markings as normal numbers instead of doing dots, just because, well, that. So we have one starting, I just have that count. So what we're going to do is we're going to take 6, 4, and 3 and assign each one of those to a physical, social, or mental attribute. You can only use one of those numbers per trait. As a detective, I'm going to assign what I'm going to do is I want to be a social character, so we're going to assign the 6 here for our biggest number. Mental, I'm going to do 4, and then physical, I will do 3. You want to, depending on your concept and everything and how you want to make your characters, how you're going to determine these skills. But this is just how I am. I like to distribute everything evenly for the most part, so strength will be 2, dexterity will be 2, stamina will be 2, because I'm not really looking for a combat character right now. Oh, and if you can, there is a chart for when you play the game at the end of like each session, or the beginning of the new session. The DM or storyteller, DM is the term used for Dungeons and Dragons, but the storyteller will recap and you'll go over doing experience points and everything. And experience points have a different weight cost than freebie points do. So, just letting you know for anybody who decides to watch this and go and try to play the game later. Alright, so my social skills. So I can technically add 2 to each one of these. So that goes to 3. And that goes to 3. That goes to 3. Then 4, then 1, 2, 3. So we'll 2, 2, 2. And then I have 1 more point to make 4. Let's drop it into... We're going to drop it into my wits. So. Abilities. Whereas abilities are the natural potentials your character are born with, whereas bad attributes are the natural potential your character is born with. Abilities measure how he puts those potentials to use. Your character may have a lightning fast reflexes, but he can transfer that nimbleness to his car when it fishtails on but can he transfer that nimbleness to his car when he fishtails on the icy road? Even the smoothest drummer can look like a putz at a black tie event if he doesn't know how to correct formality and doesn't know the correct formalities. Attributes can improve through years of experience, training, or study. These attributes are more flexible when your character attempts to do anything. Yeah, usually roll a dice pool combining an attribute and an appropriate ability. There are 36 abilities, separated evenly into 3 separate categories: talents, skills, knowledges. Some abilities, expression, crafts, performance, academic, and science, require you to choose a specialty. Page 101. Even if your character's rating is not 4 or higher, for example, a character with a performance may have a grounding in singing, dancing, and acting from her off-Broadway experience, but her true talent, her specialty, lies in dramatic soliloquies. Paint a picture for your character's identity and past when choosing abilities. These things are the things a person knows or is able to do say a lot about her. Even a single dot in ability can reveal a fascinating aspect of her identity, especially when the ability seems to clash with the character's concept. A company CEO with points and streetlights? Maybe he rose to prominence from his beginnings, the inner city, and never lost touch with the old neighborhood. Perhaps he's in the thrall of a brutal coke addiction and doesn't trust anyone else to arrange his fix. As long as you remain in the realm of plausibility, your allotted point as a palette to create a memorable portrait. Yes, I'm going to read these all.
At least once, because throughout all the books, all these are the same. I'm gonna read them in here, but future installments, I'm not gonna read, or I'm probably not gonna read like most of them, unless somebody on the live stream asks me to, because I have them already in the Hunter's book, fully read out and explained. So,
talents. Talents are capabilities for which your character simply has a knack. Regardless of training or instruction, the only way to improve these talents is through direct experience. Although pointers are occasionally useful, if you attempt an action involving a talent that your character doesn't possess, you suffer no additional penalties, increased difficulty for example. Everyone has some degree of aptitude in these most instinctive talents. Alertness. So when I walk into the house and find Effie giving me a Bronx cheer from the end of the piano wire, I know they're enjoying this. I suppress my feelings for my dead friend in hopes of venting them on her killers. Her face still has color, so it seems I must miss the party. I just missed the party. By the look of this place, she put up a good fight. I smell the rotting bastard long before I see him. I feel him when I spin and sink my foot into his bloated gut. He knew his stuff when he was alive, but that grave smell is a dead giveaway. Then I remember. Poor F. Unlike the perception attribute, which represents your character's knack for recognizing specific cues, the alertness talent measures how sensitive he is to physical surroundings. A character with high alertness can make in every detail of a scene in an instant and use perception to sift out the important ones. Alertness is different from awareness in that the former makes your character sensitive to his physical surroundings. The latter makes him sensitive to his supernatural surroundings. 1. Novice. I think we're in trouble here. 2. Practice. These guys are pretty tough for a bunch of winnows. We're in trouble. 3. Competent. Since when do bums have fur? We're in big trouble. 4. Expert. These street people have got machine guns under their coats. We're in really big trouble. 5. Master. I'm more worried about the pack of slavering wolves about to come through the gate behind us. We're screwed. Possessed by hunters, detectives, the paranoid, security, personnel, journalists. Specialties: specific sense, hearing, smell, taste, sight, touch, concealed items, wilderness, urban areas. Athletics. 2 figures leapt across the gulf between the buildings, but only one of them on the other side, landed on the other side. Parker. A harsh whisper came from below. Parker, give me a hand. Hurry! The larger one, fat after quite years behind a desk, dangled from the lip of the rain gutter. The small one turned and looked down into the abyss, then across at the approaching hounds. They moved gracelessly, but afar from being amusing, their unnaturalness seemed only frightening them. Their jerky movement full-bellied a bizarre agility, speed, and cunning. They tore at the gravel from the rooftops as they leaped toward him. He gave one last look at his partner's whitening fingers and began to fumble a fistful of rounds into his revolver. Athletics. Covers how well your character can run, jump, swim, hurl, pursue, or flee. Naturally, it includes adaptiveness at sports, but not the basic motor skills covered by attributes alone, such as powerlifting and sleight of hand. Additionally, athletics doesn't intrude upon the realms of other abilities such as brawl or dodge. 1. Novice. Sunday afternoon tennis lessons as a kid. 2. Practice. High school athlete. 3. Competent. College football hero. 4. Expert. Olympic hopeful. 5. Master. The salary your skills could and would outstrip the GNP of several developing nations. Possessed by athletes, outdoor enthusiasts, fitness nuts, kids. Specialties: swimming, climbing, acrobatics, dancing, swinging. Awareness. There was only one thing in the missing hunter's apartment. That frightened Eric, and he couldn't say why. It was the smell. Bug-eyed creature. It was the small bug-eyed creature that sat atop Saren's monitor, and stared unblinkingly at the far wall. It was about the size of his clenched fist, and made of molded plastic, like something Saren might have won at a carnival. Nevertheless, it filled Eric with vague unease, as if the sparrow egg eyes flitted after him when he turned away. When Michelle called them all into the kitchen, and he forgot the little figure, it wasn't until it turned up in Eric's bag that he remembered it. Your character is able to see the world as she never could before, and not just as a result of being imbued. Other hunters can see the truth too. No, your character is able to notice unusual phenomena in her vicinity and perhaps even detect the presence of the supernatural things that even her peers miss. A few successes might install a sense of another presence in a room. A large number might allow your character to pinpoint a specific nature of the monster, provided she's encountered it before. This talent extends to both animate and inanimate objects, and to the phenomena that may be invisible to the unenlightened. However, you must still expend conviction for your character to detect and recognize the supernatural. See page 132. She doesn't necessarily need to use an edge to identify the exact nature of a creature, any, say, a shapeshifter or a bloodsucker. Rather, sufficient successes in awareness, role identity, the creature at the storyteller's discretion. Awareness may also allow your character to simply sense that her environment is supernaturally askew or tainted without benefit of the concrete evidence. Awareness is different from alertness in that the former makes your character sensitive to some mystical surroundings. The latter makes him sensitive to the physical surroundings. Awareness and intuition also differ in that awareness impacts an incoherent sense for the supernatural, whereas intuition offers a simple sense for correct choices of possibilities, usually mundane rather than mystical. 1. Novice. You instinctively mistrust some people, but you're not sure why. 2. Practiced. You have seen things that no rational explanation could account for. 3. Competent. You see the ethereal threads that enmesh the waking world. 4. Expert. You suspect that there are realms beyond your own, perhaps the homelands of the creatures you hunt. 5. Master. You see so much of the unexplainable, you're worried that it might drive you mad. Maybe it already has. Combat. Possessed by psychics, gypsies, American Indians, asylum inmates. Specialties: talismans, the undead, animals, portents, supernatural powers, ores. So I'm gonna stop reading the little description, or like actual character descriptions, just to make this go a little faster. Yeah. Brawl. Conventional weapons never seem to be around when they're needed, or they fail at the most inappropriate times. Some hunters believe that the most reliable way to inflict harm is the oldest way, tooth and nail. Points in Brawl can stem from formal training or simply painful experience. But the best fighters are the least inhibited when causing agony. Sorry. 1. Novice. You took self-defense course at the YMCA. 2. Practice. You played rugby in college. 3. Competent. Either a black belt with little fighting experience or a seasoned street fighter. 4. Expert. People pick fights with you only once. 5. Master. You pick up pointers from Enter the Dragon. Possessed by police thugs, slum dwellers, of the physically abused and military personnel. Specialties: a specific martial art form, dirty fighting. Sorry, I had to yawn. Dirty fighting, wrestling, throws. Dog. Wait. Okay. I hit the wrong button. Dodge. Dodge is your character's capacity to get the hell out of the way. All manners of objects aimed at her can be dodged, from bullets to fists to subway trains. This talent also measures your character's ability to utilize adequate cover in a hurry. Novice. 1 dot. Novice. Stuck in cover. 2 dots. Practiced. You were always the last one out in dodgeball. 3 dots. Competent. You've weathered food fights without a speck. 4 dots. Expert. You seem to instinctively know where a blow is aimed. 5 dots. Master. You are virtually untouchable, possessed by mortal artifacts, boxers, martial artists, boxers, criminals, action movie heroes. Specialties: firefights, cover, fist fights, sidestepping. Empathy. Your character has a gift of sharing other people's emotions, and sometimes the motives they try to hide. This talent can be a great asset during attempts to sense others' lives. No one is a lie detector, though depth of communication with a person and information your character has about a subject can augment her ability to scrutinize. Or they can skew your character's judgment horribly. 1 dot. Novice. You watch a lot of dog shows. 2 dots. Practice. People come to you for support. 3 dots. Competent. Your insight into others' feelings is uncanny. 4 dots. Expert. People's faces tell you what they really want. 5 dots. You read people like most folks read at grocery store labels. Possessed by actors, psychologists, investigators, bodyguards, parents, social workers, seducers. Specialties: motives, emotions, personalities, confidence. Shen. The character's opinions capture people's interests, regardless of whether such opinions are misinformed, biased, or even meaningless. He is able to convey his points clearly, or shroud them in a clever subtlety, whatever works best for his purposes. Expression allows your character to reach people through any medium, visual, auditory, or otherwise. Characters with high expression are often skilled storytellers or gifted writers. 1. Novice. You are the best Joseph the church Christmas pageant ever had. 2. Practice. Your conversational skills are enviable. 3. Competent. You could write for a living. 4. Expert. Your words might be discussed and lauded by millions. 5. Master. You have a gift that could guide the thinking of a generation if applied properly. Possessed by actors, politicians, writers, teachers, revolutionaries, editorialists. Specialties: acting, poetry, speeches, letters, fiction, debates. Intimidation. Your character has the ability to control others through fear. The power may stem from something as intangible as the force of personality, or something as real as white hot steel and manacles. Your character knows the best approach for each situation and may have no qualms about using it. 1. Novice. Obnoxious job. 2. Practice. Effective bouncer. 3. Competent. All the men call you sir. 4. Expert. You can discourage muggers with a frame. 5. Master. You can cow gangsters with a laugh. Possessed by law enforcement, military personnel, gangsters, executive security. Specialties: veiled threats, air of authority, torture, fear, inspiration. Fear. Intuition. Unbelievers call it unconscious logic. True believers call it a sixth sense. Although they can never explain why. Some people always seem to to be great guessers, whether on exams or with significant others or in the stock market. Your character is one of those people. He escaped more than one predicament by relying on nothing more than the gut feeling. Storytellers may use these gut feelings to help players further a story. Whereas awareness imparts an inherent sense for the supernatural, intuition offers the simple sense for correct choices and possibilities, usually mundane rather than mystical. 1. Novice. Multiple choice exams are for ease. 2. Practice. You have become to trust that little voices in your head. You come to trust the little voice in your head that says, "Bye." 3. Competent. They are often prepared for unpleasant situations thanks to their bad feelings. 4. Expert. Your knack for knowing without knowledge is uncanny. 5. Master. You should be condemned to death in Old Salem. Or you would have been condemned to death in Old Salem. Meaning, yes, that's great. Basically, supernatural sixth sense. You're a witch. Possessed by stockbrokers, gamblers, fortune tellers, mothers, entrepreneurs, investigators, bodyguards, specialties, insight, gambling, bad feelings, inspirational flashes, hidden motives. Leadership. Your character has the ability to motivate people through force of personality. You may lead by example, fear, excellent planning skills, or simply through sheer coincidence. Regardless of how your character does it, he seldom needs to deceive people into following him. This talent is often paired with charisma rather than manipulation. 1. Novice. Class Vice President. 2. Practice. Scout leader. 3. Competent. CEO. 4. Expert. State Senator. 5. Master. He could be the next leader of the free world. Possessed by politicians, royalty, executives, military officers, police, popular kids. Specialties, commands, planning. Specialties are commands, planning, oratory, friendliness, experience. Streetwise. The streets are bountiful to those who speak the vernacular or carry the coin of the realm. Your character is able to blend in with the local sense. Locate contraband, pick up gossip, and stay out of trouble. Most of the time. Customs change from city to city. She may be at a disadvantage outside of her hometown. Novice. You're not an instant target for muggers or panhandlers. 2. Practiced. You got a rep. 3. Competent. You are tolerated and accepted, if not loved by the gangs. 4. Expert. You find it easy to tap to the pulse of the city. 5. Master. You are the pulse of the city. Possessed by gangbangers, homeless people, cops, reporters, criminals. Specialties. A specific metropolis. Fencing, smuggling, communication, rumors, gangs. Subterfuge. This talent represents your character's capacity to lie, get away with it, and sense when others lie. Your character is able to conceal his own motives, read other people's, then play upon them with his own ends. Not only is he skilled at telling others what they want to hear, he has a few reservations about doing so. Characters talented in subterfuge are masters of intrigue and seduction. They're often slipperier than the lies they tell. 1. Novice. You get away with lies people would have believed anyway. 2. Practice. You juggled multiple girlfriends or boyfriends or both at college. 3. Competent. You can make a living from lying. 4. Expert. Polygraph machines will whimper in your presence.
5. Master.
We find the defendant, Jeffrey Dahmer, not guilty. I love that they use that as a quote for being a master in subterfuge. Possessed by lawyers, politicians, conmen, televangelists, hustlers, teenagers. Specialties: seduction, feigned innocence, alibis, fast talking. Alright, that's all the physical traits, or talents. We still have skills and knowledges to read through. Why did I scroll back up? I don't know why I scrolled back up in the first place. And I could have just... No, not right. Yeah. So you might see Primal Urge and Fortitude on this list. That's because they are skills. Primal Urge is usually for for werewolf, or actually for most supernaturals. You could probably use Primal Urge in some way for their natural instincts. Fortitude is more for vampires. And it goes with one of their magic abilities. Sorry, I'm trying to remember what it's called. I cannot remember what it's called right now.
Well, that's upsetting. But hey, that's fine. Alright, we're going into skills.
Animal Ken. Animals aren't keen on anyone touched by the supernatural, and they can't always tell good guys from bad. It may be uneasy in the presence of hunters who make constant contact with the enemy, or in the presence of hunters who have contact frequently by the messenger. Animal Ken allows your character to emphasize with, if not understand, the animal's behavior. She can use this skill to train domestic animals, calm unsettled ones, and sometimes even understand what they're trying to communicate. 1. Novice. What is it, Lassie? Did Jimmy fall down the well again? 2. Practice. You know which animals are fooled by playing dead and which ones don't mind cold dinners. 3. Competent. You could train a police at the track dog. What? You could train a police at track dog. That sentence broke my head, and I don't know if that's supposed to be written like that or not. But okay. 4. Expert. You could train a lion. 5. Master. You were raised by apes. Possessed by farmers, animal trainers, pet owners, park rangers, lonely old ladies who own cats. Specialties: specific kind of animal, attack training, guard training, retrieval training, communication, calming. Crafts. Crafts allows your character to make and repair things with his hands, although it doesn't cover electronic devices. That's the preview of technology. Page 114. Your characters can fix cars, build a house, knit clothing, even design mechanical devices. He may also be skilled at creating works of art like pottery or sculpture. You must always choose the field of crafts and what your character specializes, although he is handy enough to have general capability in several areas. 1. Novice. You sewed your own wallet at summer camp. 2. Practice. You're a handyman. Around the house. Competent. You seldom need to call the repairman. Expert. 4. Expert. Your designs are clothing, or your designs for clothing or art are immaculated around the country. 5. Master. You swap the you've swapped the patent office with your ideas. Possessed by artisans, repairmen, inventors, farmers, designers, specialties, auto mechanics, appraisal, paintings, gadgets, traps. Demolitions. Demolitions is the fine art of making things go boom. It's with the skill your character knows how to make, identify, disarm, and use a variety of explosive devices. He also knows where to place explosives inside a large structure for maximum effort, and how to direct explosive power, though techniques like tampering, of course, the most effective bombs require materials that are both expensive and illegal. Demolitions gives your character the know-how to combine components, not the ability to acquire them. 1. Novice. You mix a mean Molotov cocktail. 2. Practice pipe bombs. 3. Competent car bombs. 4. Expert high-yield explosives. 5. You deal strictly in megatons. Possessed by bomb squads, radicals, construction workers, and soldiers. Specialties, timers, triggers, disarming, everyday chemicals, placement, electronics. And our next skill is drive. Your character knows how to drive a car. With high levels in the skill, he can pull off tricky maneuvers at dangerous high speeds. This skill also impacts an awareness of a car's limits and how to push them. This understanding can be very useful when a BMW full of gun-toting bloodsuckers decides to chase your character's utility van. Additional dots also offer expertise in a broad range of vehicles, motorcycles, or 18-wheelers, for example. If your character doesn't have this skill, he can still drive, but only in automatic. Any drive rolls are made based on the appropriate attribute only at +1 difficulty. Of course, you may not want your character to know how to drive at all. 1. Novice. And you can drive any type of car, automatic or stick shift. 2. Practice. Yeah, fight rush hour traffic on a daily basis. 3. Competent. Taxi driver or professional trucker. 4. Expert. Stock car racer. 5. Master. You are comfortable driving a car on 2 wheels, as you are on 4. Possessed by race car drivers, truckers, punk kids, commuters, chauffeurs, specialties, off-road, motorcycle, reverse, heavy traffic, turns, tailing, getaways, ramming. Etiquette. Now your character is knowledgeable in the formal behaviors of society. This skill typically extends only to the environment in which he is most familiar, but the truly polished are learned in protocols of several cultures. High scores in this field can make your character respected and remembered in situations where formality is paramount. 1. Novice. You took ballroom dancing classes at the community center. 2. Practice. You've been to a few charitable dinners. 3. Competent. Perhaps you served a stint as a sommelier or a maitre d'. 4. Expert. You are a true diplomat, comfortable in any formal setting. 5. You are either royalty or a person who caters to royalty. Possessed by high society, diplomats, world travelers, politicians, snobs. Specialties: business, European customs, Asian customs, seduction, networking, sycophancy. I might have said that wrong. Well, firearms. This is one of my favorite. Torches and pitchforks are weapons of the past. A modern-day hunter that uses traditional weapons against the supernatural and lives quickly learns to adopt the modern means of subduing prey. This skill covers a broad range of weapons, from derringers to machine guns, and includes knowledge of how to clean, repair, unjam wits plus firearms, and recognize them, plus how to kill others with them. Firearms does not, however, include heavy artillery like mortar, rockets, or anti-tank guns. 1. Novice. He is subscribed to arms and armaments. 2. Practice. Many a clay pigeon has met its end thanks to your skillful trigger finger. Sometimes the sentencing that I'm reading in these books just don't sit right on the grammar. 3. Competent. Avid hunter of wildlife and otherwise. 4. Expert. Your friends call you Crackshot. 5. Master. You fired more bullets than any single brigade ever will. Possessed by law enforcement, survivalists, military personnel, gun nuts. Specialties: solid slug guns, scatter guns, sprays, sniping, cold shots. Melee. Sometimes it's best to fight monsters without waking up the entire neighborhood. That's when hand-to-hand weapons come into play. Melee is the skill to use all manner of such arms, from the classic wooden stake to martial arts implements to improved weapons such as broken bottles and folding chairs. Novice. You can show off with a sword and not cut yourself. 2. Practiced. Even when your rifle runs out of ammo, you are far from helpless. 3. Competent. You prefer the grace of a rapier to the tactlessness of a gun. Expert. You could be on an Olympic fencing team. 5. Master. You display undeniable skill that has virtually been lost in the modern age. Possessed by gang members, martial artists, police, assassins, duelists. Specialties: knives, swords, stakes, improvised weapons, arm strikes, parries, and disarms. Performance. Take it to the stage. Your character is adept in performing art and possesses not only the know-how, but the stage presence to enrapture an audience. You must specialize in one field, although people skilled in one performing art form usually have some acquaintance with others. Novice. Garbage band. 2. Practice. Club circuit. 3. Competent. Record label. 4. Expert. Billboard. 5. Master. Hall of Fame. Possessed by musicians, actors, dancers, show talk hosts, college kids. Specialties: various instruments, singing, acting, dancing, stage presence, comedy. Security. The skill measures both your character's ability to secure an area or a person, as well as his ability to bypass others' precautions. It entails the know-how to break into and out of buildings, hotwire cars, and even crack safes. Controversially, it allows your character to set up his own safeguards or recognize weak points in the defense system. 1. Novice. You can tie or untie complex knots. 2. Practiced. You can hotwire vehicles. 3. Competent. You are... Sorry, had to yawn. You are familiar with most simple security systems. Expert. 4. Expert. You know almost every way to protect or get at a person or area. 5. Master. Nothing is safe from you. Burglars. Security consultants, law enforcement, stalkers. Specialties: hot wiring, electrical systems, escape, combustion locks, tumblers. Stealth: getting over the gate. Oh, sorry. I gotta scroll down. Your character knows how to avoid detection, regarding whether he's hiding or on the move. This skill also gives him a capacity to shadow other people unnoticed or to conceal items on his person or nearby. This trait is often pitted against an opponent's perception to determine whether your character is successful or not. Novice. You are hide and seek expert. You are a hide and seek expert. 2. Practice. You can tail an unsuspecting person through a shopping mall. 3. Competent. You can make a great cat burglar. 4. Expert. You can hide on a flat plane in broad daylight. 5. Master. Your prey never sees you until your knife is in his back. Possessed by thieves, policemen, military special forces, reporters, assassins. Specialties: object concealment, urban camouflage, wilderness, tailing prey, theft. Sorry, my throat is getting rough and scratched up because we've been going for 4 hours 20 minutes, which means in 10 minutes we'll be taking our 3rd break from all this. Which, if you've gone through this entire video so far, I appreciate the love and support. I also very much love the fact that you've seen to watch this to this point means you are probably interested about this game, which I love the idea of that, because it is a game that I very much enjoy. Where did we just... Okay, I see. Survival. Although hunters find that most of their prey sticks to cities, a mark sometimes leads them deep into the unknown. Your character has a practical experience and instructs to survive in friendless environment and can live there for days or even months if she had to. If your character tries to avoid detection in the wilderness, you can roll only as many dice in stealth as she has in survival. Novice. Infrequent camping trips with the kids. Practiced. Eagle Scout. Competent. You could gather food in the woods to survive indefinitely. Expert. You could elude the FBI search teams for months. Master. African Bushman. Possessed by Boy Scouts, hunters of animals, survivalists, hermits, commandos, sailors. Specialties: woodlands, desert, ocean, tracking, food gathering, shelter building, painting. Terminology. When I was a kid in Vermont, and your character is a true child of the modern age. He understands how electronic devices work and has a familiarity with the wide range available to him. Additionally, he possesses to know how to repair or alter such devices. Technology does not apply to mechanical devices or physical art. That's the realm of crafts. Likewise, computer technology, hardware, and software is the preview of the computer knowledge. 115. 1. Novice. You can program a VCR. Practiced. You know how to fix fuses and build simple crystal radios. Competent. With tools and time, you can build fairly complex device like a television or a monitor or motion detector. 4. Experts. You can alter almost any existing electronic equipment to make it do new interesting things. Master. If modern technology could only keep up with you, you're performing digital miracles. Possessed by engineers, inventors, repairmen, spies. Specialties. Surveillance, invention, vehicles, security, customizations. Alright. Where are we? Okay, we're still on abilities. So, that's not too bad. Because I have to read all this out. It's not that hard. Backgrounds aren't going to be that bad. Because I'm just going to do a brief summary of those. And we'll do a longer stuff later. In other videos. So I'm just going to explain it now. There are multiple backgrounds that you can pick from. You get a range from 1 to 5 in those backgrounds. You can have on the character sheet it says 5 backgrounds, but you could technically, I guess depending on your storyteller, you could have more than just 5. You have 5 starting points, but you can put freebie points into your backgrounds to give more in each background, up to the 5. Edges. Again, these are the power of the hunters. There's 7 edges in between them all. For how long this video is running, we're probably going to end up doing 2 parts for everything, but majority of my character stuff I'm going to work through in this video. I will probably finish my character before I do the next part of this video. So, we'll see how it goes, because I'm coming up on my 3rd break in 4 minutes now. So, we'll just see how far I want to keep going. I kind of know where I want my points already, for the most part. So, I'm going to go 11, 7, 4. You do not start with a point in any of these. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Again, you can spend freebie points to increase your talent, skills, and knowledges. There's a chart that one second. So I'm just gonna read out the chart real quick for
the freebie points and experience points because I'm at it. So experience point cost. We have traits in the cost number. So trait being to gain a new ability, it costs 3 experience points. For attributes, it is the current rating times 4. Meaning whatever number you currently have in said attribute you want to increase, you multiply it by 4, and that's how many experience points you need to do. Ability is current rating times 2. Willpower is the current rating you need to spend to get another willpower. Freebie points. Attributes. 5 point, or to increase something with freebie points. Attributes, you have to spend 5 points per dot. Abilities is 2 points per dot. Backgrounds is 1 point per dot. And willpower is 1 point per dot. Conviction is 1 point per dot. Max starting score of 8. So I just wanted to read that out, get that out there. Yeah. So we've kind of gone through the 10 minutes that I was talking about. And so we're about to take our third break. Because it's about to be 4 hours and 30 minutes I've been doing this. Once again, I try to take a break every hour, 30 minutes. For all of those who have been watching live or tend to watch this video later, I thank you so much. I know this is a lot of information that I'm going through, I'm reading through to build a character, but D&D has held a heavy wave on TTRPGs, and I wanted to show some love through doing World of Darkness. I love D&D, but World of Darkness is definitely my favorite above it. With that being said, I'm shining light on this RPG instead of D&D, because so many people do D&D. We're at 4 hours, 30 minutes. I'm going to take a few minutes to break. I appreciate everybody, and we'll be back soon. Take a break, get food, get drink, something.
Hello, and welcome back, everybody. We took about a 5-minute break, so I've decided I'm probably going to split this up into 2 parts because this book is massive, and my throat is starting. So I'm gonna finish going through setting up my character. Oh, sorry, I forgot to switch the screen back. So, okay, as I was saying, I'm gonna go through, finish setting up my abilities, and I'm gonna read through the rest of knowledge, and depending on how I feel then, I could continue into the advantages, or I'll wait till later. By the time I probably make part 2, my character will be done, but I will still use my character as a reference point. I forgot to save this, or copy this and keep a fillable version for myself at later points, but that's fine. By the time, as I was saying, by the time I make part 2, I'll probably have my character done, but I'll still use it as a visual point to show you how to make stuff in the second video. Which means it's going to have a lot more details filled out than what you see here in the basics. I'll probably have all my freebie points and merit points spent. I also remembered, I have another Hunter book that has some extra details that I'm probably going to need to go into, or that I'll go into, just to add a little bit more to everything. But the goal for when doing Hunter the Reckoning Part 2 will be, first off, finishing how to make a character. Secondly, then after that, I will go into any extra little stories of reading, answering more questions, and we could talk about more World of Darkness stuff and everything like that. But let's get into this. So what we're gonna do is go 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Perfect. Start stats here. Knowledge, we only have 4 dots in, so we'll go the detective. I want to go 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is again, this is basics. I still gotta fill out my freebies and merit flaws and merits for this character, which I will use most of those points to, or whatever points that the merits don't count or count out on my freebie points, I will add into increasing my abilities more than likely. Okay, I start with 21. I can get more by taking merits, which I usually do. But with that being said, I've kind of filled it out to the basics. Knowledges. Knowledges are solely the mind's dominion, and as such, they are generally paired with mental attributes. Although, formal schooling is one way to pick up a knowledge, there is seldom a better instructor than raw experience. Although some roles involving general information may require only the intelligence attribute, most knowledges are too specific for the populace at large to face. Plus, if your character has no points in a given knowledge, he can't make a roll involving it. If you don't have medicine, you can't perform surgery. Academics. The knowledge covers your character's general grounding in the humanities, such as history, philosophy, literature, and art. It allows him to know what kind of general information in these areas without having to resort to research. You must always choose a specialty for this knowledge, regardless of rating. If your character wishes to draw upon a piece of information from a scholastic background, the storyteller may ask you to make an intelligence plus academic roll. Difficulty contingent on obscurity of the material. Knowing ancient capitals of Europe might be a 5. Understanding the mysteries surrounding Francisco Ganoya's final seclusion would rate an 8. The storyteller may deem that anything with a difficulty higher than 8 must be researched. The expectation to this is any information pertaining to your character's specialty, which can be rolled for no matter what the difficulty. 1. Student. You watch a lot of Jeopardy! 2. College. You majored in something with little earning potential. 3. Masters. Your articles appear in trade journals. 4. Doctorate. Tenured professor. 4. Scholar. You are one of the leading authorities in your field, possessed by trivia buffs, instructors, writers. Dilataries. Specialties: medieval Europe, the Catholic Church, Southeast Asia, modernist writers, Zen Buddhism. Bureaucracy. Politics might get you a direct line to the governor, but he's closely monitored, and his favors can extend only so far. Bureaucrats, he gives your character a pipeline to unseen little people beneath him. The ones who push the papers. The knowledge can be very useful when he wants to pass the red tape, ensure something damaging gets misfiled, or needs to access restricted information. This knowledge also measures your character's familiarity with the myriad gears of the government and represents his general organization sense. 1. Student. You keep a daily planner. 2. College. Minor functionality. 3. Masters. You know who to go to for the right favors. 4. Doctorate. You can keep track of an impressive volume of paperwork. 5. Scholar. You could push a bill through Congress. Possessed by lawyers, politicians, bureaucrats, journalists, specialties: forgery, stalling tactics, bribery, system bypassing, police paperwork, negotiation. Computer. The knowledge represents a general grounding in all aspects of computer use, from day-to-day operation to programming. Multiple points in this trait give your character the know-how to break into other computers to protect your own from intrusion. This knowledge also imparts familiarity with computer components and lets you make simple repairs. 1. Student. You email your friends often. 2. College. You're familiar with most applications and some data processing. 3. Masters. You can design your own programs. 4. Doctorate. You innovate new horizons in Silicon. 5. Scholar. Gates that hack. Specialties: hacking, software design, security, internet, viruses, data retrieval. Finance. Your character has an eye for making money, whether it's through playing the stock market or raising fenced items. She can size up the assets and liabilities for any venture and maximize the efficiency of operating costs. This knowledge is not just for stiff shirts, though plenty of successful pimps and drug dealers possess this know-how. Student. I watched your dad run his business. College. You have some practical experience or a few years of business classes under your belt. Masters. You can evaluate the weak points of any failing business. Doctorate. Your financial savvy would allow you to prosper on Wall Street. Scholar. Everything you touch turns to gold. Just don't forget what happened to Midas. Possessed by executives, the disgustingly rich. Accountants, smugglers, entrepreneurs, the self-employed stockbroker. Specialties. Stock markets, accounting, appraisal, business management, trade, and economic trends. This ability combines learning. Investigation. This ability combines learning in formal investigation procedure with plain common sense. A character skilled investigation is a whiz at forensics and following, as well as covering up leads. Your character may also be familiar with historically clever ways to perform tasks such as killing people or hiding items. 1. Student. Pulp novels. 2. College. NYPD Blue. 3. Masters. Joe Friday. 4. Doctorate. Philip Marlowe. 5. Scholar. Sherlock Holmes. Possessed by law enforcement. Mystery buffs criminals. Specialties. Shadowing. Forensics. Motives. Searching. Law. Laws are a fact of life, as is breaking them, at least for hunters in a unsympathetic world. This knowledge confers understanding what your character can and cannot do, and what she can get away with. It gives her the know-how to file suit, avoid lawsuits, and get herself out of jail the legal way. One, student. You know how to stand up to the man. 2. College. A kid fresh out of law school or an experienced cop. 3. Masters. A lawyer with a few years behind him. 4. Doctorate. You went straight from your school's law review to successful practice. 5. Scholar. You command the law and your command of the law is exceeded only by your ability to utilize it. Possessed by lawyers, legislators, law enforcement, criminals. Specialties: civil rights, criminal law, police procedure, lawsuits, trial, loopholes, corporate law. Linguistics. Capacity to understand additional languages. This knowledge allows him to recognize ancient accents, decipher word puzzles, and perhaps get the gist of related vernaculars. Hindi or Rom, for example. Logistics is not required, nor does a language choice have to be declared to know. Understand and use Hunter's system of symbols communication. That compatibility comes intuitively to all hunters upon the imbuing. However, if certain symbols exist or develop that are known only by a certain group of hunters, perhaps by creed, a language choice might be dedicated to learn those excessive icons. Your character could also
Need a willing teacher to master those symbols. 1. Student, 1 extra language. 2. College, 2 extra languages. 3. Masters, 4 extra languages. 4. Doctorate, 8 extra languages. Scholar, 5. Scholar, 16 extra languages. Possessed by travelers, scholars, cryptologists, diplomats. Specialties are ciphers, hieroglyphs, slang, polite speech. Next skill is medicine. The knowledge entails familiarity with the workings of the given body. Your character can diagnose and treat diseases. Diagnose the seriousness of an injury to himself or others. The administer first aid, along the other things. He may also possess a working knowledge of hospital equipment, procedures, and protocol. 1. Student. You worked as a lifeguard for the summer. 2. College. Pre-med student or paramedic. 3. Masters. You took the Hippocratic Oath. 4. Doctor, surgeon. 5. Scholar. You have the potential to be one of the great names in modern medicine. Possessed by medical staff, paramedics, lifeguards, parents, survivalists. Specialties: natural remedies, first aid, diseases, poison, pharmaceuticals, prevention.
Occult. This knowledge gives your character access to centuries worth of rumor, hearsay, and dark myth. It is up to him to separate mere speculation from hard facts if he can. This trait bolsters his flight with a wealth of insight. High levels of occult provide your character with scattered insights into worlds beyond human comprehension, and the creatures that draw upon them. Intelligence plus occult can be rolled to know information about the world's monsters in general, but scarce and rare information, at least in human circles, has a high difficulty. 1. Student. A subscriber to the Weekly World News. 2. College. You have read some very scary books and found a ring of truth in them. 3. Masters. There's something else out there. And you have your own educated guesses. 4. Doctorate. You know the various legends about monsters, their strengths, and their weaknesses. 5. Scholar. You are the Sir James Fraser of the new century. Possessed by Wiccans, the superstitious, animist, fortune tellers. Specialties: curses, folklore, rituals, infernalism, hidden worlds, white magic. Politics. Your character possesses a familiarity with political workings on a number of levels. He knows who to go to for certain favors, how they got their positions, and who answers to them. Politics differs from bureaucracy in that the former grants your character some access to the powers that be themselves, whether local, national, or international, depending on rating the specialty. Bureaucracy deals with the little people who keep the political machine running, but who don't process much personal power. Novice, you march and protest. 2. Practice. You've had a few run-ins with the system. 3. Competent. Your contributions go to all the right places. 4. Expert. You're able to spin gold from tangled political webs. 5. Master. Your number is scribbled somewhere in the Oval Office. possessed by politicians, lawmakers, night creatures, activists, lobbyists. Specialties: city, state, federal, bribery, radical.
Research. Your character may not have all the information in the world, but he knows places that damn near do. Research is a measure of how well your character finds his way around a storehouse of knowledge, be it a library, archive, or the internet. More than just know how to dig up material in one place. This trait indicates the capability to perform inter-library searches and access restricted archives. Research differs from academics in that information must be sought with the former. It might be simply to be known with the latter.
So, I was checking something real quick. 1. Student. You can find the best porn on the web. 2. College. You're aware that Dewey Decimal isn't related to Huey or Louie. 3. Masters. You not only know where to look, you know the best libraries in which to look. 4. Doctorate. After many years in such surroundings, you come to think of archives as your second home. 4. Scholar. If someone wrote it, you can find it. Possessed by writers, librarians, activists, bureaucrats, students, researchers. Specialties: specific topic, internet, rare book collections, genealogies, government archives, political or police documents. Science. Your character possesses a general knowledge for the physical sciences such as chemistry, biology, physics, and geology. On both a practical and theoretical level, you must specialize in one field, but your character retains basic knowledge of the others. This knowledge also gives her the capacity to run experiments and analyze scientific data. 1. Student. You stayed awake in 3rd period chemistry. 2. College. You did your undergrad thesis on something unpronounceable. 3. Masters. You could work in the research company. 4. Doctorate. Your papers are frequently seen in research journals. 5. Scholar. One of the leading minds of your time, possessed by scientists, drug manufacturers, engineers, students, instructors. Specialties: chemistry, physics, astronomy, biology, geology, and archaeology.
Archaeology, sorry. Alright. We're hitting 5 hours. My throat is torn up, even though I've been drinking water this entire time of doing this. Of basically 5 hours of constant talking. That's really a record for me. If I'm not, like, DMing a game for Dungeons & Dragons or running my own World of Darkness game as a storyteller. But yeah, my throat is torn up. We're going to call it here. I'm going to save this page. This should make an ending screen for streams eventually, just so it's there. The screen setups that you've been seeing, and like to be right back. I do that's for a future time. If you've made it this far, I really thank you and appreciate all the love and support. Think about hitting that like button and hit the subscribe button so you know when I'm going live to do part 2 or when I'm playing video games, because this my channel is just, again, a hobby that I like to do and share stuff that I enjoy. So I do play video games off and on. Most of the time that's what's on the channel. We are going to, in part 2, we're going to pick up at the backgrounds of making a character. We'll go through the rest of the background, or the advantages for backgrounds, the edges, virtues, conviction, willpower, experiences, where the experience points to go, and what their ancients are, and how to do, probably do merits and freedom points. But I'll probably have my character done, like I said, before any of that happens. Because if the game I'm playing is trying to do it, start as soon as possible, I need to have my character done as soon as possible. I also have I will be helping other players that plan to join my normal group's game on how to make their characters. I won't show me making their characters live, but I will cover the books that they will pick their character soon. It'll just be a while. This is a slow project for me that I'm processing through. Again, it's for entertainment. If I've said something incorrect, other than my normal mess up on speech of reading some words wrong or something like that, or if I've explained something wrong, or you don't understand it, please leave a comment on this video. Be respectful for leaving that comment, but ask questions. I don't mind. Going, if you point out a page to me that, hey, go check this out, this might help you explain some stuff better when making these videos, feel free. Point it out to me. I love learning more about this game. We could talk about it. If you want to have discussions about favorite supernaturals in your experience, or what you think is the better supernatural or stuff, as long as it's a positive conversation or debate, feel free to have in the comments. Shoot, I might even join in depending on that and just give my opinions. I know I mentioned something about talking about the stories for my World of Darkness game that I enjoyed so much playing as a hunter. I'm not going to get into those right now. I thought I would throughout the video. I just did not, because there's so much to go through. I'll probably do that in part 2 after we make our character and I read out some stories and stuff from the books and everything like that about hunters and what they wrote, and pointing out more artwork. But with that being the case, thank you everybody for attending Hunter the Reckoning Part 1. I will change the name of the video to state Part 1 for what I am calling Project Twilight World of Darkness. I will eventually make a playlist for everything, so you can just go find stuff that way too. But with that being said, if you're here live, thank you so much. If you're watching this at a later point in time, also, thank you so much. I hope everybody has a wonderful morning, evening, or afternoon when you watch this again or for the first time. Also, I'm going to put it in there one more time. I do not own World of Darkness. I'm not the creator of World of Darkness. I am just somebody who enjoys it. And this is my disclaimer again. I do not own the music in the background. I just like it. That music comes from a channel called White Bat Audio. I don't know if they made it. don't know if they created or anything like that, but this 4-hour cyberpunk death synth mix is pretty freaking cool for me having being able to use this background music because it is royalty free, copyright, and I feel it goes great with talking about World of Darkness. Once again, that's Hunter the Reckoning. There's still a lot more we can go through. There's a lot more stories. There's a lot more to talk about. We're going to. But with that being said, I'm going to catch everybody real soon, either for a video game of some kind, live stream, static video. Go check out my other videos if you're enjoying video games and stuff like that. Also, if you like spooky stories or strange conversations, go check out my sister's channel. I believe I have it in the description of this video as we speak. If not, I will have to put it in there. I'm going to look now. Yes, I have it in there. Her channel is Ghoul House Obscura. Again, spooky stories and strange conversations. She will also be one of the players that I teach about World of Darkness, and she's going to join my group when playing. We're thinking about recording the sessions and posting them on channels. So, that means she might post it on her channel, and I'm going to post it on my channel if we do decide to record. So, you'll be able to see sessions, no matter what, from 2 different channels. And hopefully that sponsors some interest, or more interest in people wanting to play and everything like that, and shows some love and support for our channels. She's a wonderful person. Go check out her channel. I'd appreciate it. She'd appreciate it. Thank you so much, everybody. With that being said, have a good night. I'm gonna see all of y'all later. My throat is hurting, and I need to order some food because I have not eaten yet. So, that being said, bye.